Okay. Hello. Hello. It's Saturday. Oh, I almost knocked over my coffee. That would have been a bad start. I understand the implications of the... Okay, let's start. Okay. Man, it doesn't pop up with, Okay, goddamn, I hate how much manual things I have to do with the YouTube stream. Every time. Okay. Wait, I gotta get set up over here now too. My own fault for just raw dogging the intros with no like start screen. I can get set up. Dwarf, welcome in. Okay. Let's get to work here. I think I haven't done a whole lot of actual coding since I was last on stream. I have done some thinking though. And I think I'm kind of at the theoretical limit of the faction, or the targeting processor for optimizations for my current architecture. So I think I need to start doing some time slicing now, essentially. Some budgeted time slicing. And, well, maybe I should think through, yeah, I don't need the targeting processor to run every frame. It's not that important. As long as it runs for every relevant entity, every, certain number of frames, it's probably good. It's probably good. So, what are you doing? I'm just starting the stream here. Good morning. We're working on a video game here. I'm making my own ECS. You know what? we're going to try this again. I'm going to pin a comment. Unreal Engine C++ game dev RPG Colony Sim procedural terrain. Okay, we're going to try and pin this comment. And hopefully that answers that question. I'm counting on you, YouTube Shorts. I know you guys can read, at least some of you. Are you game developer? Well, this is just hobby project stuff, so in that sense I am. I don't work as a game developer, though. I don't get paid to do this, we'll say. Private, welcome in. Jezzy, hello. Say something funny. No. What type? Oh my god, oh man, I was counting on you, YouTube Shorts. I was counting on you to be able to read. I just pinned a comment that explained, well, actually, let me see how that shows up before I start ranting. I gotta like pull up my own stream on my phone here. I was counting on y'all to be able to read, and you just asked a question that is answered in the pinned comment. This is why I stopped pinning the comments, because no one read them anyway. Okay, I guess it doesn't fit all in one line. Okay, that's fair. The kind of game is RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. Can I always like have that expanded? Damn. Okay, yeah, so I only really have one line to work with here. So yeah, that doesn't show up. Yeah, that doesn't show up super well. Nothing super exciting. Yet. It fits, bro? Does it? Because it looks like it overflows on mine. It like overflows on mine. Then like if you click on it, then it like shows the full message. Also, maybe I should not show the chat on. Well, see, the thing is, like, good luck for your game journey. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I can show the game here real quick. You can show the game. Here is the procedural terrain. Where are you from? Nice try, hacker. Yeah, nice try, hacker. Trying to get my personal information. Gonna have to try harder than that. Yeah, so I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. Here's some of the procedural terrain. Here's me. Here's the world map. Each of these is a different zone. Show Mart. I've seen the game. I can't just, well, I think I may be able to summon him. We haven't seen Mart in a while. Hope he's doing all right. Maybe he grew up. Maybe he grew up. I'm gonna cry, I think. Hopefully he's not doom scrolling shorts. I'm not a hacker, bro. That's exactly what a hacker would say. That's exactly what a hacker would say. What do you think about the future programming? I don't see it changing all that much. I mean, I think the job will change, but there will still need to be someone who architects software. So programming and software engineering, I think the distinction between the two is going to become larger. But yeah, there's still going to need to be someone to architect software. And what medium they use to represent the design may change. But I think there will always need to be someone who understands code. So I don't think in our lifetimes it's going to change in such a way. Hey, I'm doom scrolling shorts. Yeah, Turning Cog, you should know better than that. You're better than doom scrolling shorts. I am from Pakistan. Nice. Now we have his info. Get him, boys. Yeah, you messed up there. Will your characters have the ability to age? Probably not, no. Oh, ooh, a little nice little cave here. 2 caves. Ooh. Bro, I'm not a hacker. Dude, you are sounding more and more like a hacker with each statement. I'm not telling you where I'm from. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. What's next? Do you want my credit card number and social security number? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, so this is my game. It's an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. I want to run the whole world. This is a large world. So what we're looking at here is just one small section. So there's 4 of these squares here. Each square is a terrain chunk, right? And so that represents 1 pixel on this screen. So we're only seeing like this big of a radius right here. So the world's very large. I want to run the whole thing. So I'm making my own ECS system. And I have been working on it for For the past 3-ish weeks now. Why do you guys care where I'm from? Like, why do you care where I'm from? That's the question. Why? A Hot Rod Dudes has some good short form content, then I got lost. Yeah, that's what happens. It sucks you in. It sucks you in. Gotta be careful. You are suggested because I watch programming videos. I imagine that is the case for a lot of people, yes. Yeah, I imagine the job of the programmer will turn more, will merge more with the product manager more and more as AI gets better and better. But like, I still handwrite most of my code, right? So we're not that close to a world where we don't write any code. I don't think, at least. I think we're still probably... Are non-competes valid anymore? They never were to begin with. They never were to begin with. That's always haven't been. That's the neat part. They haven't been. I am culinary student, bro. Yeah, dude, that's exactly what a hacker would say. Holy shit. Guy's 100% the hacker known as 4chan. So this is a nice little zone entrance chunk we have here. Looks nice. A nice little terrain blend there. The material is not blending, but the terrain is. The graphics are bad. These are all just free placeholder assets. So yeah, not the final look at all by any means. Yeah, let's get to work on the ECS system. I want to take a look at this little cave over here, though. I'm not a hacker. I'm serious, dude. The more you try to look not like a hacker, the more you sound like a hacker. Still not telling you where I'm from. Or what my mother's maiden name is. Why am I messing with viewers? They mess with me, okay? The YouTube shortsers mess with me, okay? It's not fair that it only goes one way, all right? It's a nice little cave that got generated here. Did someone ask if you're doing Python? Did someone piss in your cornflakes? I mean, those two things are equivalent in frustration level. Honestly, I might take the piss in my cornflakes at this point. I might choose that. It's just, you know, it's the there's like a certain level of it's a little I'll say it's a little arrogant, right? There, you know, people come in and say, "Is this insert the one thing that I know?" And it's like, well, if you actually knew what that was, you would realize that this is not that. Fair question to ask, what programming language is this? What editor are you using? You know, fair question. That's the right way to ask the question. But a lot of the YouTube Shorts chatters are like, is this Python? I'm like, dude, if you knew what Python was, you would realize that this doesn't look like Python whatsoever. And also, if you need to ask, you don't know. So why are you assuming it's one thing, right? Like, so it's just I'm social training. I see myself as social training you all. You should ask, what language is this? What editor is this? Because if you don't know, don't assume, right? Right? That's how it should work. So I'm teaching you all some social skills as well. I'm doing it ain't honest, but it's work, you know. Teaching social skills to YouTube Shorts doom scrollers is it's a heavy burden, but it's one I'm capable of bearing. But Hi, what language and editor is this? See, look, Covino showing a great example of how you should ask that question. And I will answer him. I know he knows the answer. This is Unreal Engine C++, and I'm using JetBrains Writer as my editor. Bro overestimates YouTube Shorts commenters' age and IQ. Actually, I think I'm coming to terms with it. And you know what I was surprised by? In my analytics, I looked at my demographics because I'm like, most of y'all are kids. Actually, most of you aren't, which is kind of crazy. Like, most of you are 24 to 30, which was higher. It's like 70% 24 to 30, which I'm like, oh my God, that's so worrying about the future. That is so worrying about the future. By the way, welcome in, Covino. I hope you're doing well. How's the game going, my dude? Covino is another streamer. He is another game dev streamer. So you should sub to Just Covino on YouTube and follow him on Twitch if you want to see some more game dev. He works in Godot, and he's working on a goo roguelite. We applaud you for your sacrifices. I still got to get into vertical streaming to bear the burden with you. Yeah, Sylar just did as well, so he's gonna have to help out. Sylar Atomic, if you're familiar. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him, but he also another game dev streamer on Twitch. I got him into YouTube Shorts as well, so I'm spreading the good word of the Lord and Savior YouTube Shorts. I'm over 30, what the fuck? Yeah, you fall into one of the lesser categories. I'm 17. You also, you know, I thought most of you would be in high school, honestly. That was my assumption, but that's actually not the case. If you have to ask, you don't know. Like, yeah, man, that's why they're asking. But the way that they're asking has assumptions in it. They're asking, hey, is this blank? Like, if you don't know what it is, if you knew whether or not it was blank, you wouldn't need to ask. If you don't know whether or not it's blank, why are you assuming it's blank? You know, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And they come in here every day and they say, hey, is this Vim? Is this Vim? Is this Python? Like, no, I mean, I'm more than happy to answer what this is. This is Unreal Engine C++. I'm teaching you all how to answer or how to ask polite questions. I'm 40, just started coding a couple years ago on Unreal. I made some procedural stuff. That's awesome, man. Hell yeah. You are also in the minority demographic. Sylar is a good dude. He is. He is. Bro, I'm your first viewer. No, you are not. Okay, bro, I'm not going to ask your personal information. Dude, you're fine. I'm just memeing on you. You're fine. Kindly give the last 4 digits of your social security. Okay. It's actually a super interesting psychological thing. People tend to make assumptions based on whatever knowledge they may have in fear of looking dumb. But then that just makes them look even dumber, right? Like, it actually does the opposite of what they're wanting. What they're wanting is to sound like they know what they're talking about, while also not knowing what they're talking about. So just ask the question. It's okay to ask the question. Hey, what language is this? And then every time I ask, like, why do you think this is Python? They're like, I don't know anything else. And I'm like, well, you also don't know Python, because if you knew that, you would realize that Python is snake-cased. Nothing in here is snake-cased. And Python usually doesn't have .cpp files either. You know, I'm no god tier Python programmer, but I'm pretty sure they don't use .cpp files, you know. What lo-fi channels you listen to? If you're asking about the music that is playing, it is in the player. It is in the player. But we need to do some actual work today. We need to get some actual work in. Now that I'm done ranting about YouTube Shortsers. I thought this was a GTA 7 sneak peek. No, not yet. Not for another 50 years. Once I started game development, and I don't know anything about game development, so I quit. That is, yeah, that's on par for what I expect from YouTube Shorts chatter song. That's how it starts, though. Like, it's gonna feel bad at first. It's gonna feel bad, and it still does to me whenever I try to learn something new, whenever I try to dig into a new system or framework or something. I feel stupid. I feel dumb. It feels bad. It's hard. There's a lot of friction. I'm not very productive. But you gotta power through that. And once you get through that, you'll come out the other side as a better, like, honestly, kind of a better person in terms of, like, work ethic, I think. And you'll come out more knowledgeable because you'll, know more about a certain thing. But I think it just makes it easier for the next time that you need to learn something. So you got to push through that feeling. You got to push through that. I use Python in Office. I have a love and a hate relationship with it. Yeah, I would love Python if it had braces or brackets. I understand some of those words. Bird pineapples, welcome in. Welcome. I don't know any languages except blueprints. Can I even be considered a coder? No, because that's not code. No, I would say no, but you can still be considered a game developer. You can still be considered a game developer, and nothing wrong with that. You don't need to know how to code to make a game in Unreal Engine. I got some C++ Humble lessons. I picked up a Humble bundle yesterday. There were some good modular assets in there that I liked, so I picked it up. You also check out the Humble bundle game dev asset software section thing. Let's take a peek where we're at. So I've been working on my targeting processor, which runs like absolute dog water. But it's been getting better. It used to take 2 full seconds to run. Now it's down to 60 milliseconds, which is not good enough to, complete within a frame. But it is a far cry from 2,000 milliseconds, right? So this is where we're at. Yeah, it's pretty laggy. Everything is running on the game thread, which is not what's going to happen in its final state. I'm just leaving it that way so I can have a better, like, one-to-one performance comparison with how it was before. Because when I do parallel processing, it's going to split all of the processors across frames. And, like, yeah, I could just tally up how long it takes, but there's some overhead to that as well. So it's not going to be, it's less of a one-to-one comparison at that point. And so that's going to be like the very last thing that I do. So it's going to be laggy for a considerable amount of time for development, but it's intentional. The lag is intentional. It's not a bug, it's a feature. It's a feature. So like I said, when I started the stream, I think I have pushed my targeting processor to its theoretical limit on how fast it can process. And I think the next thing I need to do is actually just update the underlying infrastructure to allow for time slicing. So this is going to be target processor optimizations. So commit that. Let's get a clean, fresh slate here. So I want to do some time slicing. What is time slicing? Time slicing, you'll see this term around the source code in Unreal Engine quite a bit. PCG uses it quite a bit, I know. I think there's some TaskGraph stuff that uses it as well. But time slicing, it's essentially where you say, like, hey, this process that does some iteration should only take up X amount of milliseconds per frame. And as you're iterating over this stuff and doing the stuff, after you iterate, you're going to check, hey, has the elapsed time elapsed? has the time sliced time elapsed? If so, skip. And then it needs to keep track of what stuff it has updated and what stuff it hasn't. So that's what we're going to be doing here. So I think the first thing I want to do as a part of that is we're going to need to keep track of which entities have updated. And I was doing some thinking about this. Like, I could, keep a central location for which entities have updated, which ones do I still need to update as a part of this time slice operation. I could store that in a central location. But actually, the most efficient way to do this is to just create a piece of entity data and store it on the entity itself, right? I think that's probably the best way to do this. Now I'm going to have to create one of these for each time sliced processor. Right now I only have one, but it's like I could make a piece of entity data with a tmap in it that has like processor to, you know, whatever the time sliced payload is going to be, which I think is probably just going to be like a, probably just like an int or something, or like a bool. But I think it's just going to be more efficient because like the map, there's overhead to using a T map, especially on the scale that I'm using it at. It is constant time lookup, but then the hashing part of it is it's not as efficient. We'll just leave it at that. So making an individual piece of entity data for each time sliced processor is actually going to be the most efficient way forward here for me, I think. So that's what I'm gonna do. So let's create a piece of data, entity data. This is going to be probably, now hang on, before I do this, do I want to rename my target processor? I do have aggro, I kind of want to rename this to aggro radius processor. Yeah, let's because I have an aggro processor. Let's rename this to aggro radius. Radius. I can't spell. And also rename files and also add a core redirect. Yes. Aggro radius processor. Okay. Aggro radius processor. Like I don't need to calculate what has entered the aggro radius every single frame. What is aggro exactly? Aggro is it's basically tells you like what target the entity is attacking. Like a lot of games have like aggro tables where they keep track of each NPC will keep track of how much aggro it has towards each thing, each other entity that it's in combat with, right? And so that's just a table or like a map or something. And, you know, whenever something deals damage to it, you would just like increment the aggro equal to the level of the amount of damage, right? So in that kind of, that's like the naive system. In that kind of system, like and that's what I have right now. But in that kind of system, your enemy NPC is always targeted and attacking the other NPC that has dealt the most damage to it. And for an aggro radius, that is like the radius from within it will initiate attack on something that maybe hasn't dealt damage to it. And so I have different aggro like statuses. I have like never attack or attack back only or initiate attack. And so that's like friendly, neutral, and hostile is kind of what that is, right? How pissed off it is at each object. Yeah, that's another good way to put it. And so the aggro radius processor is right now how it works is every frame it'll iterate over every single entity and it will do a spatial data query for each other entity within its aggro radius, and it will check, hey, am I hostile towards this target? If I am and I don't have a target, let's go attack it. Well, first of all, it says if we have a target, just skip. You know, if they already have a target, then we don't need to run the aggro radius processor. And so if we don't have a target, you know, I'll check, hey, do we have initiate attack against any other faction in the world? If we do, then we need to check. And that's where we do the nested loop. We do that spatial query for all of the entities within the nearby chunks. And then that's where we check, you know, their faction. We'll say, hey, if aggro is not equal to initiate attack, skip it, because that means we're not going to you know, initiate attack on that entity. If it's dead, skip it. If it's myself, skip it. Otherwise, if it's within the radius, set the new target. Set the new target. And honestly, I may do an early out here. That could be a way to efficientize it a little bit, but that's not going to make any difference for the testing that I'm doing right now. So we'll just leave it. Let's rename it. We renamed it right here. Rename target processor to aggro radius processor. Yeah, so that's what aggro is. Or threat is another term for it, right? Do you have a cowardice attribute? No, I do not. What am I learning? The psychology of YouTube Shorts chatters is what I'm learning primarily. Now, let's go back and create that piece of that time slice data here. So this is going to be aggro radius time slice. Maybe is it we'll call it time slice entity data. God, that's such a long name, actually. That is such a long name. Can you reorder those skip steps to improve speed? I already did, and that is the order that makes it the fastest. Yeah, like basically you put the most common condition first, and the most common condition is for there to be a bunch of entities that are in a faction that you don't initiate attack on. So that's like the condition that cuts out the most entities. I don't like this name. I don't like the name of this. It's too long. It is too long. Should I just call it time slice data? Although I suffix every piece of entity data with the term entity data. Are we just going to stick with this? Should I call it time slice? I don't know. Do I do this per frame, like by frame rate? Or what do I want to say here? Do I do this like every X frames? Or do I do it every X milliseconds? Or do I just say, or do I budget it, right? I kind of want to do a frame rate. I kind of want to just do a frame rate. Let me think about the worst case scenario here. I mean, what I was showing here is the worst case scenario. Like, this is the worst case scenario for the targeting processor. And that's because they are all within basically the same entity chunk, spatial chunk. And so what would be better here? Would it be better to say only run the targeting processor every X frames? Or would it be better to say every X milliseconds? Or would it be better to say process as many as you can within, you know, whatever the budget is that we have left? What would be, so we have three options basically here. What is it? It's budgeted, frame rates, or frame time. I think typical time slicing is done with like a certain, I think it's time limited, frame time, probably. I guess, let me think about, I guess I have to think about like the different systems. Frame would be less leakage, right? Yeah, so that would be like the most consistent, if I understand what you're asking, yeah. It would be the most consistent, which would be really nice for like performance testing, right? Because then it's like every frame is basically going to be the same, you know? It's just you're essentially saying like every entity needs to like that also makes just like the most sense from like a configuration perspective. It's less abstracted. Why are you ignoring me, bro? Because you need to sit in the discomfort and learn that you know, that happens sometimes and it's okay. I'm not going to join Rockstar. because I don't want to. I don't want to be in the game dev industry. Nor do I even have the option. It's not like there's an offer sitting on my desk. But yeah, just from like a configuration perspective, saying every X frames makes the most sense to me in my head. If I think about every X milliseconds, I have to do like an extra step where I'm like, okay, what kind of frame rate is that? You know, different hardware, you know, could do it differently. But every X frames also means that it's going to run worse and worse on worse hardware. So it's going to actually run exponentially worse, right? It's going to run exponentially worse if we do it on a, you know, process each entity every 4 frames basis, or whatever the number is. If we do it on a time, process every entity every blank milliseconds, that is the same problem. That is the same problem. So the budget is actually better for... It's better for low-end hardware if we have the budget. But that actually, we're doing a little bit less work. Or sorry, not less. We're doing a little bit more work than is necessary for like higher end things. But is that fine? It's like, you know, we may be taking away from your frame rate when we don't necessarily need to. Right, like I don't need the aggro radius processor. Like what would be the slowest it could run? I mean, a combination of the two would probably be the most efficient, right? Or the most, not efficient, flexible. I could say like at most only skip 5 frames. Well, it should be time-based. It's the time-based, because like I don't know how long a frame is, right? I don't know how long a frame is. So it should be distinct from the frame, yeah. Do a check for FPS first, maybe. I mean, that's just the same thing with extra steps, I would think. Like you would I think I would just set a millisecond budget, and then just, I can look at the delta time and figure, like I don't need to like calculate what the frame rate is to effectively use that. But I would also like the ability to say like, hey, process as much as you can within this budget. That's the max we're gonna do every frame. Unless it is more than 5 frames since the last time something has been processed. Because that's too stale. Because that's the problem with the budget system, is that things can get very stale. But it's like, how stale can a aggro radius get before it's like gameplay impacting? I would think if it's been a like you have to think of like, if I walk into the radius of an enemy where it should be attacking me, how much time is okay for him to attack me to take? Right. Front end is gone, bro. AI has taken over it. That's crazy, because I work on the front end for my job and I write a lot of my code myself. And as do, you know, hundreds, actually thousands of developers at my company. Very interesting. Very interesting. I'm thinking I'm thinking half a second would be like the absolute max that I would allow. Like if you go a full second without the thing aggroing to you, like that's noticeable. Even half a second, I think, is noticeable. Under half a second, I think we're probably good there. So 500 millisecond budget. Like a max amount of time that it has processed. So, I mean, I guess that's all suffice to say, what do I call this? I think sticking with time slice is fine. Let's just stick with time slice. Okay, we're going to stick with that. And then what data do we need in here to facilitate such a thing? I guess I would need a float for last update time. I would need a last update time and time slice interval. That exists on the processor, right? And then I guess I calculate from the last update time if we need, well, I guess I also need like a bool or something for like if it's been processed. Would it be a bool or like an integer? Let's stick with a bool and let's just say like B has updated. But then how am I going to set that back to false? If I set it to true, I need to reset it at some point. When would I guess I would just check like if there are any that I have processed, right? If there are none that I've processed, then I should flip them all to false. Or maybe I'll just say like, if it's true, just flip it to false and get it next time. But then I don't know like which ones I'm hitting, which ones I'm not. Right, because I could be like it would be really inconsistent about which ones I'm updating. Well, let's just wire this up first. Let's wire it up first. Where is my aggro radius processor? There it is. So you need a const, or rather f aggro radius time slice entity data, and I need to register that. Where is my aggro radius processor? I also need to reorder that. Oh no, that's the never mind, that's the data. F aggro radius time slice entity data. I have been coding for over 10 years. I've been getting paid for it for 10 years. Code looks ugly, no offense. That's because it's really efficient. The uglier it looks, the more efficient it is. It is known. It is known. Okay, so we've registered that. I guess I need to add it if they don't have that, because like we're never gonna like reach in here. When do I want to add that? I guess whenever aggro radius gets added, or yeah. I don't want to have to add that to my I don't want to have to add that to the archetype. Where would I want to add that at? So I guess like the initialization processor maybe is probably the better place for it. And then I'd have to check if it has the data. I mean, maybe just the spawner is the better spot for it. Not that. Right here. Is there some better way to like tie? I guess this is why mass had traits, which are like entity data that are tied together. I guess I would just check for the type and just say, hey, if we're adding that type, add another type. I guess the init data, we have the archetype on it, so we can always just like check that. Yeah, we might. Yeah, let's just do it here. This seems fair. And we can say if this is valid, if we have a valid one of these, then we want to q add f aggro radius time slice entity data. Yeah, that feels fine. That feels fine. Okay. And I guess this could be an integer. Might be a nice way to just increment an integer every time. Yeah, and then we would increment the processor would have its own. That's not... There we go. That's what I want. Yeah, so this could have like a generation... Get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. This could have a generation integer that increments... Wait, when would that increment every time? Every time it runs? And then if I increment every time we process an entity on their time slice data, then... Yeah, that's going to be... It's just going to do every other frame, essentially, at that point. Yeah, so I need to know when I've gotten through all of the entities. Okay, yeah, and then I guess I would know when I have the early out. Yeah, so if I don't hit the early out, then I know. Okay, I think I understand. We need a... I want like a float, like because I was saying that we're gonna do like a max budget per frame. So we're gonna say time slice budget ms, or maybe just budget ms. We'll say we can take up to and see if I run this, if I parallel process this, is that actually, can I actually parallel process this? Because that's going to make things a little bit more complicated. But then I also need to float like max time between updates as well. A max amount of time, and we'll say 500. Half a second. Let's actually go 400, a little bit less than half a second. Budget, we can do like 10 milliseconds per frame, but it's like 10 milliseconds on... If I'm parallel processing this, would that be 10 milliseconds on each thread? Or would I need to tally up how much time it's taken on each thread, you know? I guess it would be how much time on each thread by default. We'll start it at 10 milliseconds, which is way too much for a frame, but we'll just do that to see if it works. It's running like 60 milliseconds per frame, so yeah. And really, like, we can... It's really only if we get down here does the actual performance kick in. So we can get these two out of the way pretty quickly, right? And so let's grab the f aggro Radius time slice entity data. Yeah, very good. And I am not using mass entity. I used it and I did not like it. I found it incredibly complicated and there was like zero documentation to it. And it didn't have anything built in that I would have used Like I need like all this like arbitrary stuff, you know. Can I use structured bindings here? Let's do structured bindings here. Let's say auto ref. And what do we have? I forgot what I already forgot what data I put in here. Okay, we have last update time. B has updated. And I guess I need to set it to true here on either of these cases. Actually, these are super cheap and quick, and I might as well do those up front. So we'll put that up here. No, true. Okay, so I'm gonna say if max time between updates. If max time between updates is greater than time, what is it? F platform time seconds. Well, let me do get world. Get time. Can I get time millisecond? I guess it's only seconds is what we have. Float. Current time, divide that by 1000 for ms. Current time in milliseconds. If max time between updates is greater than, and we'll say float, time since last update, yeah, subtract the two, last update time. Last update time is, let's make sure we know that these are in milliseconds. Yeah, so last update time ms. So if that's greater, or rather if time since last update is greater than max time between updates, we'll do greater than or equal. Well, no, it's going to be less than. If it's less than or we're over the budget. So I need to like have the start time here too. Float start time ms. Yeah, start time ms. So we will need to set that here, start time ms. Get time seconds. Oh yeah, multiply. No, yeah, duh, I did it backwards. Okay, AI saved me there. Okay, max time or current time ms. You know, so let's do like float time elapsed ms. Yeah, and so, or come on AI, you just had it. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So if time since last update is less than max time between updates, or should it be and? It should be and, right? And time elapsed ms is greater than budget ms. Is it and or? Is it and or? I think it's and, right? So if it's less than and the time elapses, yeah, it's and. It's and here. It should be and. Both of these conditions need to be true. And you know what? I'm gonna write this out. Bool b. What is it saying? Like time. Too much time since last update. If too much time since last update, which is greater than or equal to. If there hasn't been too much time since last update, and bool be over frame budget. There we go. Now it's just a little bit more readable here. Be over frame budget. If not too much time has passed and we are over the frame budget, we're going to continue. Yeah, that makes sense. Otherwise, we can set B has updated equal to true because we're going to run it. Right? And we'll run all this stuff. Yeah. And continue, rather, we actually return here. So this is an early out. That's an early out. So I think I need like another B as processed all is false. And then if we get past this for loop, which we will need to, I guess, pass in to the capture args by ref, then I know that we need to set basically all of them. Well, this should probably be a Boolean on the processor. Because if I've processed all, I need to set it to false. Wait, how is this going to work? Is this even going to work? And then I also need to set the time B has updated. True, last update time. Let's do this at the end. Do this at the end. Has updated B last update time. Wait, why don't I have that there? Last update time MS. Oh yeah, because I hit B. Current time MS. But I mean, I guess some time will have passed. So we need to like re-get that. Some time will have passed in between the two. Okay. I guess this is why, yeah, this is where an integer would do better actually. Because I could just increment the integer, you know, here and here, and I wouldn't need to flip them back and forth. But then I would need this would need to be on the process. Let me think about the bool case here. B has processed all. B has processed all. Yeah. Don't set that to false every time. We don't want to do that. So if we have so then I need to check here. If I have processed all, B has processed all, then I would need to like set it to not process. Or set it to has updated false. I mean, I could just optimistically do that. I don't need to check the value of that, right? I'm also not using this. Okay, so we also need to do here, and it B has not. B has updated. If we haven't updated, if we have updated, wait, if we have updated, we should skip. Right, so it should be B has updated, or and honestly, let's do this like this. B has updated, or right, if B has updated. Wait, but it's set to true here. Oh my god, I'm confusing myself so bad here. Right, but we wouldn't get here. We wouldn't get here. So yeah, it's if B has updated or. So no, yeah, it does need to be. It does need to be here. Got it right the first time, basically. I was trying to do a little micro optimization here. Okay, we've updated. But now I need to flip B has processed all back to false. Do I just do it here? B has processed all equal to false. If we hit the early out, we haven't processed all of them. We set that to false every time. I think that worked. Does that work? And then I don't need to worry about like, I feel like the integer version is, I think the integer version is actually a bit cleaner. But like, what about integer overflow? You know what I mean? That's, I guess, what I'm worried about. If I have a Boolean, I don't have to worry about overflow. Did you get tired of explaining to people what you do, so you pinned it to chat? I mean, I've done that before. It honestly hasn't helped in the past. So we'll see if it does now. We'll see if it helps now. And if I'm not mistaken, it actually reduced the average view duration when I pinned a message in the past. Because I feel like people don't stick around to see what's going on for as long. Okay, so let's walk through this. Let's walk through this in our heads here. If we've processed all, so if we've gotten to the end of the loop, well, let's ignore that for now. We'll get back to that. Yeah, do the easy conditions, the super quick conditions first to just kind of optimistically update things. Those ones are super cheap. I can do that every single frame, and it won't go over budget or anything. We will set has processed all if either we've already wait, okay, so is that if we have processed this guy, are we ever gonna get to the end of the loop? Am I ever gonna get to the end of the loop? What are important or common design patterns you see in small to enterprise project? Wait, what? I feel like the second part of that question could have just been left off. That's a pretty wide range. Small to enterprise projects. Yeah, that's so every project. I think everyone's going to have a different answer to that question about which ones are important or which ones they see most. I don't know. What are you trying to ask? Are you trying to figure out like what you should focus on? Because like I think the correct answer to that question is which one I think is the most important. And to me, I don't think there's any single framework that you should just like abide by. But if I had to pick like a principle that I think is most important, factory. The factory provider manager impl. If I had to pick like the concept I think is most important that I actually don't see often enough, it's locality of behavior, I would say. See, look. What programming language is this? I put it in the pinned comment and people still ask it. It doesn't work. Maybe it works a little bit. It's C++ open doors. Sorry to have to use you as an example. I was just talking about how, like, people come in and ask that all the time, and you asked it the right way, right? You didn't go, is this Python? Which is the wrong way to ask it. So thank you for asking in the correct, non-arrogant way. You have good social skills, so thank you. You just don't have very good reading skills, and that's okay. You can work on that. But we were just talking about how, like, every day, like, literally, probably like 50 times a day, I get asked, what language is this? Is this Java? Is this Python? Is this JavaScript? You know? And people mentioned, why don't you just pin it? And I said, because it doesn't make a difference. It doesn't, people still ask, even when I pin it. So yeah, thank you for being the example there. If you were to learn programming language from ground zero again, what language would you learn first to master? I mean, that's completely an individual question. It's dependent on what you want to do, right? You pick the tool for the job, right? You don't let the tool define what jobs you're capable of doing. Figure out what job you want to do, figure out what tool is best for that job. That's what you learn. Some of us are from Alabama. Is this Fortran? There you go. There you go. Yeah, we're working on banking software today, folks. So we're going to be using Fortran and COBOL. What language is this? I don't know if that one is a meme or if you just got here, Johnny Jaggerson. It's pretty funny, though. At least the questions are being asked in the right way. I can't wait till someone's going to come in here and say, is this Python? No, there are braces and there are Pascal cases. Anyways, is this logic gonna work that I just wrote? Yes, because I'm a new developer, just want to make sure to practice some patterns in my projects, which could be useful in real work in the future, like dependency injection, state management. Well, ES, what I would do if I were you is I would go look for jobs, find jobs that you are interested in, like programming jobs, and then just learn all the terms in the job description that you don't know, so that you can, at the very least, speak intelligently on them. Maybe you haven't done all of them, because that would be impossible, but you can at least say, like, oh, I understand what the framework is and what it's for, haven't worked with it. And then you can pick, you know, whatever the jobs that are interesting to you, you pick, you know, you can start up one of your own projects with a framework or something. Banking is moving to Python, dude. Don't scare me like that. Don't scare me like that. Change the channel name to CPP. This will finally end. I don't think that that'll do it. Looks like PyTran to me. It's Java. If there's braces, it's JavaScript, right? Yeah. Now we're thonking hard with our heads. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just curious, if I said B has processed all the false here, yeah, if we hit an early out, but all of them are going to be set to has updated, and then this will always get hit, right? So I really just need to say, if we need to do this, if B has updated, continue. Well, we should have continued, not returned there. That would have been an issue anyways. Yeah. Nah, it's GML. Wait, what is GML? Game maker language. Okay, duh. Okay, so I think that's it felt wrong to me, so I'm glad I spent a little bit of time looking into that. Okay. Start time MS. And we always set that, so elapsed MS. Why C++ instead of C#? Unreal Engine. And also just C# or C++ is just better than C#. When it comes to game dev, at least. Like, the only reason I would ever choose C# over C++ is if I was working at Microsoft. And, like, had to, you know? If I need to make a backend, I'm probably just going to do it in Java, probably. If I need to make a heavy backend, I would do it in Java. Light backend, you know, I would do it in fucking Python or some shit, you know? Or just a simple CRUD backend, would do it just in, like, Python. Or fuck, you know what? Fuck it. I've written a lot of Node.js backends in my day as well. And for small business, that works. That's, like, honestly, probably your best bet for small business, for sure. Fuck it, I even know, like, Netflix has a lot of Node.js backends, too. Job security language. It's very big for a function. Is that normal? I mean, it kind of just depends on what kind of ecosystem you're working in. When it comes to game dev, yes, it's very normal. Yes. This is, yes, this is IntelliJ writer. Or not IntelliJ, JetBrains writer. Can you please be my teacher? Yeah, I'll be your personal teacher. Yeah. So forget game dev, not gonna work on this anymore. I am solely here for Antella and teaching them. Okay, but I think this is a good first pass. Is this everything I need to do for the time slicing? Last update time MS, we are to be updating that. What is ECS? Entity Component System. Please, what language are you writing in? My brother in Christ, please. Please, take a look at the pinned comment. Please. Is it PHP? PHP, that's actually the first time I've heard that one. Oh, I need to do the fucking visual status log category. Yeah. I guess this is relevant information to show, right? Yeah, so that is actually relevant that we should show in the debugger. He's making his own language with blackjack and hookers. Please teach me. Well, please, what IDE is this? Writer, JetBrains. And here we see the streamer's slow descent into madness at the hands of YouTube Shorts viewers. Is being good at math essential to being a very good programmer? No, not at all, actually. Not at all. I was not very good at math before I started game. Well, I think game dev is probably one of the game dev, and maybe like I mean, it just depends on the domain you're in. Like web dev, you don't need to know any math unless you're fucking scaling an image or something. So no, I think probably game dev is the only one where you need to be good at math. And I wouldn't consider myself good at math before I started game dev, but I learned. So yeah. Let's watch this crash, or at the very least, like, not run my targeting processor at all. You use Vim. See what I mean? See what I mean? Okay. We're not crashing. Oh yeah, look at all my FPS. Now let's debug a run through of this. Hit me. We are not running at all. Oh, did we mess up the subsystem here? No, it's in there. Aggro radius is in there. Aggro radius is in there. Okay, so why aren't we... thanks for the subs, guys. Appreciate it. Why are we not running this at all? Oh, because this never gets added, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's because... It never gets added. Did I not register? I should have registered it. I registered it. Oh, I did. Oh, I'm dumb. You add entity data. Yeah. Oops. Oopsies. So yeah, we need to rerun that. Okay, we're stuck. Dude, you gotta pin the most asked questions, else you would be tired of answering every time. You have done what every YouTube Shorts commenter has done, which is not read the pinned comment. There is a pinned comment. There it is. Answering the most asked questions. Oh my god, dude. The psychology of like, oof, oh my gosh. I'm not mad. It's just, this is why I didn't pin any comments, because people don't even read them. And even if they do, now they're just memeing on me about it. It makes no difference. Okay, now we're processing. Now we're processing. Y'all are a bunch of hyenas. My head is gonna explode. On God. Okay, so is it because I'm getting upset? I'm not actually that upset. I'm just kind of playing into it. Okay, so we do run over here. Let's we'll just step through this here. Okay, last update time. Really, I can't see that. I can't see structured bindings in the debugger. Oh yeah, I can. They're right here. I guess I just can't click on them. Last update time is a negative number. Wait, what? How is that fucking possible? Bro, gonna cry because someone asked if he used Vim. I play it up a fair amount. Okay, so that's an interesting. Has updated is false. Really, I just want to see if we've gotten here, right? I don't care about these other ones. If we get here, let's see what these are. So these are both false. Time elapsed, current time, start time. I can't see start time. Start time MS is 22,000. Time elapsed is 0. Okay, so this is just like the first run. Let's put the breakpoint there. Time elapsed. There's no way that's always 0. 22474. I guess if it's in seconds, does it just not? I might need a better. I might need to do platform time here, because whoa. Yeah, I'm wondering if time seconds just only updates once per second, or it only has the granularity of a second. It doesn't have like... It is a double though, so you'd think that it would be... You'd think that it would have the fractional data. Because I would want it to be based on game time, not platform time. Right, for like pausing and stuff. Otherwise, if you pause for more than 400 milliseconds, it's going to update everything in one frame. Right, I don't want that. But I would hope that this current time, it should change loop to loop, right? It should change loop to loop. And I mean, it does have fractional data. So why isn't this different each loop? 22474.8359. It's the same every loop. we're never going to be over frame budget. Hang on. Let's just run a quick trace to see how much it's running. So I can tell that it is running. I think it's not time slicing at all because of whatever the hell I was just looking at. Okay, just a few frames is all we need. Hello, there we go. Yeah, it's still doing the full run. So yeah, whatever I'm doing there is not... Have you reached the level of reading a line of code and automatically translating it to a normal language that one can understand easily, or is this level even possible? I mean, I don't know if it's so much of a translation as just I understand what's happening, right? Like, I don't think it's not like... I mean, I guess there is a level of like translating it to like something readable, and that's just more so about like how you organize your code though, not necessarily what the code is doing. Like the way I wrote this was to make it more readable, right? Because even though I understand what it is like all these conditions and what they mean it was a little difficult for me to parse, but I popped all of these conditions into like these different values such that it would read in a human readable way. So I can sit here and say, hey, has too much time passed since last update, and we're over frame budget. You know, what is over frame budget? It's the time elapsed. If the time elapsed is greater than the budget time, be too much time since last update. Time since last update greater than or equal to max time between updates. Like it's more so just about like naming is really what I think you're looking for there. Naming an organization. You will be my virtual coding buddy now. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hold on, I've been working on the game for about 3 years. For about 3 years now. Okay, so yeah, why this current time MS is wrong. This is... Let's try to do F platform time or whatever first. I'm wondering if this probably just doesn't change within the life of a frame, right? That's probably the issue. Like time has passed, but this only updates once per frame. So I guess I do need to do like F platform time seconds. Is there milliseconds? 2 milliseconds? Oh, I would need to actually pass in the cycles. The seconds. Jesus fucking Christ. Seconds times 1,000. I'm just gonna run that, and we'll just see if this works first. Then I might want to come up with a better way. I do think I got a few more frames there. Current time MS. Oh my god, what is that number? Okay, now that number is just like way too big. Okay, so we're still just running everything. Why can't I just get a reliable time? Let me look up let me just try to find time slice in the engine. What do they use? I want to find an example of what timer do they use for time slicing. Can we go in the recast navigation? I mean, they probably just use real time or something. please show me F time. Let's look at what is F time slicer. In start time. Time limit. Okay, so how did that get populated? Timer. Cool. Okay, we'll read how the garbage collector does it. What is the... It is the 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth parameter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where do you come from? Time limit. Okay, where are you called from? Well, rather, it's it should be current gather start time, right? Like, well, timer. This actually. It uses F platform seconds minus start time. It does F platform time. I have that too. Okay, so I'm using the same thing. Why is that number way too big then? Okay, you know what? First of all, let's change it all to seconds because I'm just multiplying by 1,000 everywhere anyway. So we're just gonna do seconds. Make everything seconds. Last update time. Okay. Change it all. Change it all. Yes. Yes, I did get asked lead code questions for my job interview. Start time MS. That needs to be start time. Budget MS. Just budget in seconds, which is going to be like 0.01. Is that 100? Is that 100 milli? Is 0.01? 0.1 would be 100. 0.01 would be 10. Okay, so that's fine. Time elapsed seconds. So just, yeah, we're just gonna change all these, change all these. So we can just get rid of the current time thing there. And then here, do it. So yeah, goodbye, get world time. Now platform time seconds is my friend. Okay, let's just rebuild. Okay. Okay. Let's see if we've actually properly time sliced now. So it's weird that the time slicing in the engine, they use platform time, which I'm gonna assume does not pause when the game does. Which I feel like is kind of an issue. I feel like that's kind of an issue. Oh, it's like, oh, this is interesting. So it is doing something. It's like speeding up and slowing down very rhythmically. So the combination of it is not very stable, is it? Yeah, that look at that. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Although it did multiple 60 millisecond runs, so I think something is maybe not working. Oh, is it not running like at all? Bro, it's not like running at all. Okay, yeah, my time slicing is not working properly. If has updated, we skip it. If time since last update is greater than or equal to max time, let's just first of all, let's simplify this. Let's simplify that. If B over frame budget. Let's simplify it. We're just gonna do one piece here, and we'll get that working, and then we'll add the other one. B has processed all. We set that to false anytime that we are over budget. I set B has processed all to true once we make it all the way through the for loop without returning. And then if we have processed all, I will set B has updated to false. I think the problem is we don't touch everything. Well, yeah, because we returned, we don't touch everything. Should this be a continue instead? No, but if we continue, then I don't know when we're done processing all of them. So I think maybe I should use the integer approach. I think maybe I should use the integer approach, because flipping these is kind of actually difficult. Yeah, because what'll happen is we're not gonna have flipped all of them. So this isn't working properly. So I think I should probably let's go with the integer approach. Which, like, what's the let me do some math here. What is max on, what is the oh my god, okay, that's a big number. That's a big number. What number is that? That's fucking huge. Okay. So maybe I don't have to worry about integer overflow. That number is the max for a uint64. And so I guess what I'm trying to find out is, like, how long would a game need to run for this to overflow? So how many milliseconds? Like, if I did it every millisecond, right? How would I do that? If I incremented this every millisecond, what's the math here for determining how long it would take? Do I just divide it by 1,000? I mean, I don't think that would actually ever overflow then, in that case. How much time is that? How much time in milliseconds is this? Yeah, I think you're good. I think so too. I don't know why. I probably don't even need a uint64. How big is a uint32? Max on uint32 is probably actually... That is 4 billion. How much is 4 billion milliseconds? Let's do ms to hours. And if I had 4 billion, what do I have here? Wait, okay, so 4 billion is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's 1,011 hours. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay, a uint32 is totally fine. Okay. Yeah, we're good, actually. I was all worried about nothing. We're good. Because that would likely, we would reset this each time the game stops and starts. So, what do we call this number? Like generation? I don't know, generation or like processed, like processed ID. Cycle, process cycle. Process cycle, and we would need one in here as well. So we'll call it. What about long format streamers? What do you mean? I mean, 1,011 hours. That's a lot. If my game can run for 1,011 hours, I'm gonna call that a fucking absolute win. I'm gonna call that an absolute fucking win. Okay, so now where do I do this? Well, I think now instead of here, we do the process cycle plus plus. We're on the next one at that point. And then we just check here if we are over frame budget, or rather, do I check up here maybe? He has updated. This is process entity process cycle. So we increment that. If process, and we check if process cycle equal, well, I guess we can check greater than or equal to process cycle, right? Well, see, here's the issue. I should probably just set it equal to whatever the current process cycle is, because we could be updating things multiple times. Yeah, especially with these early outs, we may be updating it multiple times, and I don't want those. If we keep incrementing them, they're gonna get behind. I'll just say set equal so that these entities don't over incur. And then that can work down there as well. Okay. I don't think we do that there. I think we do it down here. I think that's actually it. I think that's actually it. I think that's actually it. If the entity process cycle is, it should never be greater than, but that's just like a sanity check there. But if it's equal to the process cycle, we've already updated it. I guess we need to update the entity one down here now. Yeah, okay, here we go. Entity process cycle. And honestly, yeah, only ever set that equal to the process cycle. Well, no, it should be process cycle plus 1. It should be process cycle plus 1. Always. Because it's saying, hey, we're done until the next one. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Okay, so we'll re-implement that here in a second. So let's rebuild. It's so funny. I was so worried. I'm like, oh, we have to work the Boolean and because of integer overflow. Like, no, dude, that's so much fucking time. We're good. We're good. Process cycle. There we go. Thank you. God, AI autocompletes are just so nice sometimes. All right, let's see if it's less rhythmic here. But it is like hitchy, right? It is going to be hitchy potentially on lower end hardware. Maybe not on my hardware, but there is some configuration I can probably set it to where it'll start hitching, because like eventually a bunch of entities are going to go over their max limit, right? So I actually don't know if I can combine these two concepts without it having like a really shitty feeling gameplay, because it's just going to be hitching every fucking, on lower end hardware, it's just going to hitch every fucking half second or something, which will be so annoying. I would rather just like, oh yeah, I can still, yeah, oh yeah, it's still going, it's still going. I would rather just have a consistent lower frame rate than hitching, right? I think we could all agree on that. I think we can all agree on that. Yeah, it's rhythmic, all right. Okay, yeah, I'm still just doing, okay, I've got something wrong here, because I'm not doing any processing up until it's reached the max. Okay, let me see what this is here. Actually, let me look at the insights again. When we do process, we basically do all of it. Yeah, if a game stutters at 120, it's worse than a stable 60. Yeah, 100%. Well, I don't know. If it's 60, I feel like I can't feel it as much. But yeah, I agree. But it's like, it's almost like the difference between the stutters is the bigger deal, right? Because if you run at 120 and it stutters down to 100, like you're probably not going to feel that very much. But if you're running at 120 and it stutters down to fucking 40, I'd rather just have it run at 40. You know what I mean? So we'll take that into account when we start designing these time slice systems, because I think most people would agree with that. Time since last update. Okay, so that looks better. Time elapsed is a negative number. Why is that a fucking negative number? That does not make sense. Oh, it needs to be a double, and I'm storing it as a float. Maybe that's why. That's why. So yeah, maybe the max time between updates is we just leave that out, because that's just going to make it potentially do that that hitch. Or no, we have to do one or the other, and I think actually just doing one. I think we just need to pick one. We can't do both, because that's just gonna feel like shit. Yeah, we have to pick one. Let me just see if that double fixed anything there. Probably should store them all as doubles. That is running much more consistently. Okay. I think that did actually fix it. I think that was the issue. Yeah, we're running at a stable 1314. What happened there? Oh, that's just from the editor stuff. Okay. Okay, yeah. Our aggro processor is taking exactly 10 milliseconds every frame. Exactly 10 milliseconds every frame. So that just happens to be able to process everything perfectly. Not perfect, but like within the time. Or no, we didn't put it there. Okay, so let's think about the optimization here a little bit. We'll think about the gameplay impact here. We will talk about the gameplay impact here. So every 10 milliseconds. Okay, so if we have some super low-end hardware, that's very cool. I think so too. I kind of like optimization. It's fun in a way. It's satisfying, you know. I know Unreal Engine dev optimizes game. 9 out of 10 UE devs hate him. That's got to be the title of my next stream. He does the unthinkable. Yeah, let's talk about gameplay impact of both of these systems. I guess the hard part about doing the update entities every X milliseconds is that it's gonna it doesn't disperse them across frames very nicely. If your game runs badly, it'll sell better. Trust me, bro. Why? Because more people will talk about how unoptimized it is. Yeah, I mean, so the scheduling is because like what's going to happen if I do the you know, process an entity every blank seconds or milliseconds or whatever, if I don't do anything to stagger that, it's going to do them all in one frame. Wait, and then do them all in whatever frame. That's the problem with that. So you would need to do some staggering as well. So that just makes that kind of system a little harder, a little more complicated to implement. It can be done. You know, just like if you don't have like a last update time yet, then just like do one per frame or something. But I mean, for the most part, I guess I'm spawning 20 per frame, so it's kind of already staggering it in that way, just by nature of the spawn. Let's do two. Let's just do if. We'll switch it and do the other one now. We'll see if this does this work out of the box? We'll just see what this one feels like. Or we're only updating it the absolute necessary amount of time. And then that way it works the same on all hardware. I guess that's kind of like the difference, right? We have to decide whether or not we want things to be consistent in terms of frame rate and processing, or if we want it to be consistent in behavior, right? Across different hardware. That's the decision we need to make. I could see a case for both. I really could. Consistent in behavior. Because it's like on low-end hardware, you could actually sneak past enemies more. This is actually running at a higher frame rate slightly. I have to scatter now, but I enjoy your streaming. Thank you, man. Thanks for joining me. I'm glad to have you. You do a good job of talking about the things you do, and I find it interesting despite being more interested in Godot/2D nonsense. I'll definitely be back. Yeah, and I hope you're back as well. I appreciate you stopping by. This isn't pirate software. I hope not. Will the memes ever end? I don't know. I don't think they will. So what are we doing? Wait, are we even running it? Are we even... Wait, we're not even fucking running it. We're not even fucking running it. Hang on. Did I stop it? No, okay, here we go. Time since the last update. Oh, it's in seconds, so I'm doing 400 seconds. Oops, okay, so this should be 0.4. That should be 0.4. I should make a blueprint version of this so I can update those a little bit easier. Okay. Yeah, run it now. We'll see how this feels. Every 400 milliseconds, it should update each entity, and I guess it's going to be 20, potentially 20. I wonder if they're all going to bunch up when they get processed. Time elapsed. Wait a second. Time since last update. 7. Oh my god. Wait, 0.4. Time since last update. Last update time. These numbers don't make sense. These numbers don't make sense. Hang on, I gotta store everything in double format, I think. Just put everything in a double. I think it's being weird about that. Okay, I'm gonna rebuild this and I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick and probably take my doggies out too. So BRB. Okay. I was here, bro. Dropped a like. Have a great day. Thank you for dropping the like. I hope you have a great day as well. Okay, I changed it all to doubles. Let's see if that works better, because the numbers were so weird. I was probably doing some implicit conversions that I was not really handling. Okay. Okay, are we running it? Let's see here. We are not running we are not running it at all. Wait, what? What? Okay. Hi, sweetie. She just rolled over and exposed her belly for pats and scritches. Doggy. She's got to tenderize the bed. You got to tenderize the spot before she plops. No, not good enough. She's like, stop looking at me. She got a little self-conscious there. It's okay. It happens. Okay, so boop, 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 boop. Nothing is processing. How far do we get? If it's greater than or equal to, I guess it's only if it's greater than we should be skipping. Actually, now, because I set it to +1. Yeah, I think that was the issue. Let's just rebuild. Let's close that. Okay. Hope you're all doing well and having a great weekend so far. I'm having a good one. I'm enjoying myself. I get to do game dev, and that's a happy day. It's a happy day. For those who don't know and are just maybe joining, I'm doing game dev. The game I am working on is an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain. Here is the procedural world. This is just one small section of the world. The full world is much larger. It's about 15 kilometers is what I have right now. I'll probably need to make it, smaller, but it's quite large. And then we'll be working on like different biomes and stuff like that, and different terrain noises and all that good stuff. So we have like our meadows biome right here. You know, we've got the underground caves as well, which was very fucking difficult to get working, but they look amazing now that we did get that working. And then here's my like foresty biome. Little forest. Yeah. Just this is a quick little look. Oh, there's me. Okay. And we're on the side of it. This is actually a really cool start. So yeah, everything is like interactable in the world in some way. So you can like chop down trees. You can, there's deformable terrain, but it doesn't work very well at the moment. Kind of sucks. Yeah, kind of sucks. But it does update the terrain at runtime. I swear it's not working very well, but I swear. Okay, see, that one kind of did update. That one kind of worked. See, it did deform the terrain at runtime. It is theoretically possible to do so. So yeah, that's just a little peek at the game. We're working on the ECS system because I want to run the entire world, or at least as much as possible. So I've been writing my own ECS system. which ECS is Entity Component System, which is just an architecture for very efficiently running thousands and thousands of entities. And so what we try to do with that system, and for all ECS systems, they try to take advantage of cache locality, which means if your memory, if your data is stored physically close to each other, when you iterate over it, it'll iterate very efficiently because it'll cache it all. I'm still not getting here. Process cycle. Is the entity process cycle not... Do I need to initialize that to 0? That number does not... That don't look no good. That don't look no good. What's the name of the game? It doesn't have a name yet. And this is a ref. Yeah, I did do ref. Can I update it like that? Does that even work? I guess we'll find out. Did you figure out what? I mean, I've been making progress, so I'm gonna say yes. Not sure specifically what you're talking about though. Progress has been made. We're just trying different approaches now. Seeing which one we like better. Is that now 0? Okay, that does look like 0. Okay, we did get past that. Okay. It's working now. That part is working. Okay, run it. Okay, it's a little inconsistent. I am seeing the frame rates bounce around a little bit. Yeah, I am feeling some hitches. I think. It's like stop, start. Yeah, so this one's a little bit less smooth, but there is consistency in the behavior. Yeah, oh yes. Okay, so it's like we didn't do anything. I guess you can see it like start to kick on or something. Yeah, so I think what ends up happening is they start bunching up. That thing you had to figure out yesterday, I guess. I've already forgotten what I did yesterday, but we've moved on. So the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yeah, this is the problem. Without any proper staggering for making sure that these are split evenly across the frames, I guess I would need to do an every X frames type of thing. Or I would need to do some modulo on probably the entity ID to do so. And this is what I was talking about. We need to make a decision between consistency of this processor's CPU time per frame on a per frame basis, or consistency in behavior across different hardware. That's the decision I need to make right now. The consistency in processor time is way easier to implement, I think. Too much time since the last update. I guess I could just add like a little modulo or something, right? I think it would be a modulo. I guess, and then I would need to probably make a decision of like how many frames. I mean, I'm essentially doing like a frame thing anyway. But I could modulo it by 16 milliseconds for targeting a 60 FPS. But it's like 16 milliseconds for this processor. So I would have to modulus it. I mean, it would effectively turn into the same thing anyway. Any staggering that I do would turn into a max amount of time per frame. So it actually turns into the same fucking thing. But I guess it there's a cap on it with the ladder. On low-end systems, there would be a cap on it. Yeah, there is some math to very evenly disperse this. Newbie here, what's going on? What's going on is I'm trying to make a decision on how I want to time slice some of my entity processing for the ECS system in the video game that I'm working on. That's what I need to think about. And so what I would need to do is I would need to split up the entities. And so I would need to do something like, let's just sketch this out. So I would need to do like, I have the entity here. Entity dots. Do I not have the entity there? Oh, there's the entity. Entity dots, entity ID modulo some number. And it would need to be like if modulo some number equals 0. Spread out the, yeah, it would spread it out essentially. Now some number. What does this equal? The sum number would need to be something like, it would need to be something that I can use to wait, the sum number would need to be, I think it would need to be on the process. I would need to start with the process cycle and then do something to it. Modulo 10, so that would do it every 10. Wait, no. Process cycle, what, divided by 10 or something? What would be, what do I do with this number? I know I have to modulo something and check if there's a remainder. What do you think here? I don't know. What would be the modulus number? It's some number that splits it across frames, I know that, but like what actually would it be? Like how do I actually calculate it? This might be a job for AI, honestly. Might be a job for AI. I need to think about this a little harder, because what do I want it to? Is it even going to make an effect on this? Is it even going to have an effect? What I would want. If we have a bunch of entities that are over their frame, their max time in between, right? But the every, wouldn't it be something like the number of entities that you'd process each frame? Mod 2 is every other, mod 3 is every 3. Okay, that does make it a bit more clear. but it would be that. So that helps. Thank you, Suave Zombie. It's like that, but then I also want to. There needs to be a time-based component to it. So this is like modular, like num per frame, or like num frames between. And it would need to be based on like the max update time, right? However many number of frames can pass, targeting and then I would also need to include the amount of time that I want this to take up as a part of that frame, right? So it would be something like frame time budget. We would have that. I'll just set this to like, and is this in seconds? This is in seconds. Frame time budget, go 0.4. Frame time budget for this processor to run. And then we would not want to do something with like the max time between as well. And then come up with what number of frames should be between each one. There's some math there. Should I just bite the bullet and use AI here? Num frames between equals something where it's like float frame time budget and then float for like max time between updates. Max time between updates is 0.4. Frame time budget is like 0.01 or something, 10 milliseconds per frame. Max frame time budget. Okay, what is this? What did AI cook up for me here? What did I get? Max time between updates, 0.4 divided by 0.01. And then there's and it did a max value of how many frames between. The max value should be based on the max time between updates, right? Targeting 16 milliseconds for 60 FPS. Is that what the math would be? What does this number come out to be? Num frames between, seal to end. It would be 0.4 divided by 0.1. That would be 4. Every 4 frames, 10 milliseconds per frame. Is there a max value on this? Or should I just do a max, an fmath max? Suave Zombie, is this making sense to you? It does make sense to me a little bit, but I don't know if it's like perfect, right? So frame time budget, what if I did a lower budget, like 0.4 divided by 0.001, so 1 millisecond per frame. That would take 400 frames to get through all of them. Wait, would that? Or no, it would just do every 400 frames. So this max value needs to be calculated as well, for sure. This needs to be based on something. Max value. Max num frames between. That's the same thing. That's the same thing. I would want that to be calculated based on like the max. I guess I need the frame time then, right? I need how long the last frame took is what I would need. So if I had something like that, float, last time, last frame time. Would just be delta time. Okay. Would it be delta time? Yeah. Well, that's the amount of time in between each frame. So max num frames between something based on delta time. I think that makes sense. My coffee hasn't quite kicked in though. Well, you nailed the modulo part of it. So you've got better capabilities than me. Delta time. Is it max time between updates divided by delta time? That would make sense, right? Max. I just need a little nudge. Divided by delta time. So if delta time is it's in seconds, so that would be 0.0167, right? Or we'll just do 0.16. 16 milliseconds. Is that 16? No, it's 0.16. So delta time would be 0.16 at a 60 FPS. We're just gonna assume we're running at 60 FPS. And then we want a max time of 0.4, so it'd be like 0.4 divided by 0.16. No, 0.16 is 160, so it is 0.016. 0.4 divided by 0.016. 25. The max number of frames between is 25. Why are you mad? It's not captured. Okay, that's fine. Capture it. Is that the logic? And then these two, I actually have them as a part of the processor. Budget. Is that the logic? Did I get it? Sort of without the help of AI. I didn't vibe code it, so there's some consolation prize there. Good God. And so I think we would just do this rather than too much time passed since last update. And rather we do not equal to 0 and return it's not equal to 0. Comment that out. Okay, let's see how that goes. We'll see if we got it there. Is it better to average between last two delta times? Probably would make it a bit smoother, but I don't have that information easily available. I'd have to like store that somewhere. It probably would make it a bit more smooth though. We're just kind of doing rough and ready kind of shit here though, just kind of testing. Okay, waiting for them all to spawn. Okay, they've all spawned. I don't think we're running. Okay, let's see if we get past this. We do. Okay, so we are doing things. Let's see if we get here then. Okay, we do get there. So things are happening. Are they the right things, though? That's the question. Okay. We're just gonna let that run for a bit, and let's see how much time it took each frame. Wait, I was told that it was running and doing things. Hello, please. Was I lied to? Aggro radius processor. It ran 270 times. How do I debug this now? I guess let's just like throw. Okay, let's just throw this breakpoint here. So we're getting here. Num frames between is 41. Okay, so the max frames between gets higher based on... I think I do need to factor in a target delta time. That's right, I guess it's just gonna take longer. So if I just did 0.167 F, does this run it more consistently? Targeting 60 FPS, basically, or would I need to do some reconciliation between what the current delta time is and what my target is? Max time between updates. Divided by the, or did I do that back? Maybe I did that backwards. Maybe I should have, no, I think I should have flipped those actually. No. What am I doing here? So max time between updates. So if we are running at, if we have max time between updates at 0.4, which is 400 milliseconds, and we divide that by, let's say our frame time is like 60 it's bad, 60 milliseconds. Or we'll go 30 FPS, which is what, 32? So divided by 0.032, we run it sooner. So wait, why was it 41? What was delta time there? Is this running things? Yeah, let's stop that. So delta time would have been actually quite low. Delta time was 0.8. And then max time between updates is 0.4. I know what that number is. So that would be 0.4 divided by 0.085. Well, yeah, and some change. Maybe I should do a ceiling or something on that, because it just cut it off because of the decimals. And then 0.4 divided by 0.1. No, 0.4 divided by 0.01. 40. If this takes up a... So is that saying if this takes up a max of 10 milliseconds per frame, that it'll take 40 frames to get through all of these? I'm not doing this correctly. That much I know. Max time between updates based on the delta time. I guess if that's not like a stable number, that we like skip some entities, right? If that's not a stable number, we end up skipping some entities. Num frames between. Why do I feel like we need to have some like frame counter added on this? You know what I mean? Because otherwise it's just always going to be mod 4. Yeah, see how fucking complicated this is? I might grab, why is it entity.entity_id mod num frames? Because I'm trying to do like every X frames. This is just a way to partition. It's an attempt. It's not doing it correctly. It's an attempt to partition the entities based on their ID so that it's stateless and I don't need to like keep track. But partition the entities across frames. Yeah, I think I'm gonna grab AI here. So I'm gonna grab all this. We're gonna vibe code here. Okay. Okay, what do I want? The following is for Unreal Engine C++. I'm trying to do some time-sliced optimizations for my ECS. What I want how do I say what I want? I want to batch the entities across frames, taking into account a max time between updates for each entity, along with a budget for the processor, along with a per frame budget for the what does per frame budget even factor in anymore at this point? Or do I just need to disperse them based on the frame rate? I don't know. Maybe a per frame budget doesn't even matter anymore. I want to batch the entities across frames, taking into account a max time between updates for each entity. Opposdian, welcome, my dude. How goes it? I'm doing a little bit of vibe coding, actually. We're kind of... I'm not actually vibe coding. I'm just trying to do some time slicing here, and I failed to do it myself. We're going to take the easy way out. But yeah, what I'm trying to do is I want to batch the entities across frames, taking into account a max time between updates for each entity. Taking into account the current frame rate or delta seconds, and then just paste all my code. Here is my attempt so far. Please help. Okay, gotta say please. Gotta say please. But yeah, I know it's like entity ID modulo something, but like my brain is farting right now, trying to figure out the actual logic for like how many frames should be in between, and then how do we actually partition the entities based on their ID properly. Okay, are you cooked up yet? No, you're still going. Yeah, this was like an old approach. I mean, doing the just pure frame budget was such an easier implementation. But then what that means is that the behavior is not consistent across different hardware. So the way I'm going to do it now, or I'm attempting to do it now, means that the performance is not consistent across different, or rather the per frame time is not consistent across different hardware, but the behavior at least will be consistent across different hardware, which I think is probably desired. Oh my god, it wrote so much. Okay. I'm good, finishing work. Thank you for the raid once again. Yeah, absolutely. You know, the raid came all the way back around, I think, whenever that happened. Like, I raided you, and then I think you raided Boolean, because I was in there at some point. And then Boolean actually made it all the way back around to me the next time I streamed. So, I thought that was funny. Okay, geez, it's Jim, you say so much. You say so much. Yeah, your game is very much vibes. You're vibe game deving. You're game deving a vibe, rather. Kind of the reverse of it, I guess. Okay, no, give me you don't need to roast me. I just need the proper... Oh my god, has to recache entities? I don't know if it understood what I wanted. Let me see it. Just give me the code. Just give me the code here. Time slice data. A much cleaner way to handle this is to iterate through a list of entities, process as many as you can within a time budget, and then remember where you stopped. No, that's not what I want, though. Oh, that is a good point. That is a good point it makes. Because my archetypes are chunked here. This is the building from Lord. Yeah, that's the tower of Baradur. Check that out. Also peep the Eye of Sauron back there. There we go. Whoop. There we go. In that specific chunk. Yeah, that is true. That is true. So that is pointing out a good problem. Okay, yeah, so there are issues. I forgot I wasn't taking into account the separate archetypes that I'm iterating over. Oh, now my camera's all messed up. There we go. The logic with the modulo is a common technique for staggering, but it has some drawbacks. It's dependent on delta time, which can fluctuate. And your update distribution to become uneven. Fights with the other time slicing logic. Yeah, I know, I just want the one, though. The budget and cursor method. Remember where you stopped the cursor to resume the next frame. Could I even do that? Because I don't even know. I don't know if the archetypes I get are stable. It could be different each process, each processor loop. F. Yeah, dude, the archetype thing just made this so much more complicated. Fuck. Is that an issue? Is that an issue? Let me think about this. So essentially this lambda that I have, this nasty lambda, it runs multiple times per frame. It runs once per archetype that we have. And we don't, it could be any number. It could be any number. There could be any number. If we just base it on the max number of frames between and the entity ID. Okay, let me just tell it, forget the old implementation. Forget about a per frame budget. I just want a stable way to let's just see if it let's just see what it says with that. I don't know how to ask the right question here, I guess, is the problem. Like, I know what I want in my head, but I don't know how to ask the right question, because it's kind of a complicated problem that we're doing here. But if I have like a Yeah, I should forget about the frame budget. That's no longer relevant. I think it would just be this. Is it, am I making it too complicated? Forget about the frame. Yeah, I don't think frame budget has a place here. Delta time can fluctuate. Would that cause some entities to be skipped? And then and then I need to figure out a better way to increment this process cycle. Because yeah, I am doing it at the end of a specific archetype. I guess I may have to create a new for each. That maybe handles that. Would that help? Or should I just increment the process cycle? I guess if I haven't reached this, because we will have hit this, then I know that we're done. I think we would need a state there to say like, he has processed all equals false, and then just set it to true. Like we would want to do something like bool has processed all. Initialize that to actually true. We want to initialize that to true. Set it to true at the beginning of each frame. And then if we get all the way to the end, if B has processed all, then we increment the process cycle. And it'll get set to false anytime we skip one. If we haven't skipped any, we start over, which is what incrementing the process cycle does. Okay, what did you cook up here? Distribute the workload evenly over time to ensure Yep. This approach is often better for gameplay system as it provides more predictable behavior. Yes, that's what I want. Paste distribution. Uses a cursor to remember our position in the entity list. Do I need that? Do I need the cursor? Because that requires me to like do a lot of manual things. And I'm not going to be allowed to rely on cache locality at all. I have to do we're getting the faction data pointer for the entity. Frame rate independence, simplicity, state management. Can we find a way to do this with something like this, so that I can still rely on the cache locality principles instead of the ad hoc data lookups? Because that's I don't want to do that, right? I might as well just do the budget at that point, the per frame budget, I think, and then just let the behavior be inconsistent on lower end hardware. And then what did it have before? Let me look at what it had before for like the num to process this frame. Entities per second, which is the number of entities. So wait, do I actually need the number of entities? I guess I would need to know the number of entities. Okay, I guess that maybe that was the piece that I was missing. Okay, what did you cook up here? We can absolutely do this. The keys to stabilize the calculation that determines which slice of entities process each frame. The problem with blah 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 is that delta time fluctuates. Okay. Is to use a smoothed average of delta time and a persistent cycle counter. I do have that. Long-term average frame rate. And it uses a simple counter to iterate through those slices frame by frame. Yeah, so I guess I need an integer to add to this number. For like, you know, once we've processed that slice, I think, right? Which I thought would have been the process cycle or something. Okay, let me see what it's doing here. Num frames between. So yeah, we can do some kind of somewhat stateless. Smoothed time. We're going to alert between the old time, the new time with a smoothing factor. Halfway, which I think is 0.5, so halfway between. Core slicing logic, target slice, current process cycle. So what is current process cycle? God, I hate coding in this window here. I guess if we get past it, we have to increment that at some point, right? Once per frame. Okay, so we just do that unconditionally once per frame now. Is that what I want? I mean, I guess if we're just doing that... Yeah, we're double modulating. Double modulo-using. How do you fucking say that? I'm double moduloing. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, this makes sense. This makes sense. Let me grab some of this. Let me grab some of this. I just want this. Okay. Where did that go? Give me some of these guys here. Next time between updates, I should already have that. So get rid of budget. We're getting rid of budget. And then process cycle, we'll reuse the one that we already have. And then this just needs to, we're going to unconditionally do that at the end. And then we need to, do we not need to store data on the entity now? Do we not need to store that data on the entity? I guess because the modulos are doing all the work for us. If that's the case, that's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. Yeah, because I guess we're just kind of baking in which entities have been processed by the slice, which is based off of this processor, and then like the frame rate. Very interesting. I would never have been able to come up with this on my own. I don't think. This is very complicated. Preserves cache localities, stateless per entity. Yeah, that's really nice, actually. Same as memory and complexity. Yes, it does. Simplicity? I don't know if simplicity is a pro for this. That's it's kind of complicated. All right, AI. So get rid of this guy. Get rid of this guy. Start time. Do I care? I don't give a shit about start time or budget anymore, I guess. Fuck it. Let's just run it. Fuck it. I'm still doing like the opportunistic updates here. Let's move this closer to where it's used. There we go. We're still doing the opportunistic updates because these are just like literally doing like just checking these things are just fucking easier. What are we doing? Cannot be implicitly. Oh, it needs to be captured. Of course. Of course. Of course. There we go. But I guess this means like, I guess this doesn't matter anymore because it's gonna run anyway. And doing that actually doesn't save me anything. Actually, now that's actually extra work now because it's not stateful. So I guess that's there's kind of a downside there. But I think there's upside in terms of consistent behavior. Okay, let's see how it runs. Get everything spawned. What you cooking? We're working on time slicing for an ECS system for this game here. Okay, let's make sure that we are actually getting, first of all, getting here. And let's make sure we're also getting past here. Okay, so we are like, do we ever get to continue? I think, okay, so we are doing things. Are they the right things? I don't know. I don't know. How's FPS? Oh, it's abhorrent right now, but it's on purpose, kind of, so. There's 2,000 entities spawned here, and we can do it at 60 plus FPS. But everything is working on the game thread right now. So that's like full state tree, pathfinding, you know, combat checks, aggro targeting, velocity processing, gravity processing. All of that's happening on the game thread. And how? That's just the magic of the ECS. Dark magic, basically, yeah. Yeah, dark. I'm the CPU whisperer. And I will be doing parallel processing, so that's what's going to get us above 60 FPS. Yeah, NPC optimizer is not going to get you anywhere close to this, unfortunately. Okay, so it's doing 10 milliseconds each frame. Is it doing 10 every frame? 10, it's a little around 10, 9.2. Okay, I was a little worried there. That was a little too static. It was a little too static. But yeah, once I do the parallel processing, because I'm doing, like, if I look here, this process entities right here, so processing all 2,000 entities is going to take a total of 56 milliseconds for 2,000. But if I split that across my threads and all of these can run, can do parallel processing, we would essentially want to do, I have 8 threads here, so we have 60 divided by 8, so 7.5 milliseconds. So my current frame time is 774. So the difference is we're going to go down from 56 to 7. So 7 minus 56 minus 49. So we're going to take 74 minus 49, 25 FPS. I mean, that's a little lower than I would like. We can do better. We can definitely do better. But essentially, all of this chunk right here is going to be split across frames. Is what I'm trying to say. So we're gonna be saving a lot of time there. And then I'll be rewriting gameplay ability system as well. So this fucking 6 milliseconds right here is just all timers. Like that's going to be in the ECS as well. So it's gonna be way better. We've already got the plans there. So yeah, this is doing things. Are using multi-threading on this? I will. The reason I'm holding off on that is because I want a better one-to-one comparison of the world that I was in before, because I've been making consistent updates to this. And so when you do the parallel processing where you split a single processor across multiple frames, it's no longer like a one-to-one comparison to how it was running before in my previous systems. And I want to maintain that, so I know like what is my total optimizations that I've made, right? I could just tally up the time that it spends on each thread, but there is some overhead, right? There's a little bit of overhead to dispatching it across threads, so it muddies the water a little bit. So that's why I'm not doing that yet. That's why I'm not doing that yet. I think how do I validate that this is work? Because like 10 milliseconds seems a little too stable. I guess let's change the number that is spawned. Let's go down to 1000. And this should get exponentially better because the processor that I'm time slicing is it's an aggro radius processor. So it kind of has to do a nested loop, right? So this should actually get exponentially better and not just take half the time. So we'll do 1000. Yeah, running a lot better. We might be running all of them. You know, we might be running all of it. Oh yeah, the aggro processor is taking 1 millisecond now. I mean, crazy optimization there. And this is literally worst case scenario for this processor because I have my world chunked. The world is split into a spatial grid. And so having 2,000 people all in one place is literally never going to happen during gameplay. That's the worst case scenario because of this spatial grid. When I check for the aggro radius and on whether each of these entities should attack, someone in their radius, they only check the local entities because I have them in a spatial data grid. And so right now the spatial data grid is not helping us at all. And we could probably do a test for that. Because they're effectively iterating over every single other entity every frame, which is a fucking lot when there's 2,000, right? But let's take the spawner. Let's do this. So duplicate that. But we're gonna do how big is my world again? How big are we? Let's see. This is at that's at 0. 25,200. Okay, so each of those is 25,200, and we want 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're gonna take this 25,200 times 4. Do that one. Do that one instead. So that's gonna spawn them across the entire world. So let's see how much better that runs when they don't need to iterate over every single other one. So when we spawn, it's laggy when we're spawning. Laggy when we're spawning. Also, another cool optimization. Well, I'll wait for them all to spawn. Okay, I think they're all spawning. We're running at 20 FPS now, so with 2,000. Like, you see all these guys over here? I'm just gonna turn around. Where'd they go? They're all gone. Little frustum culling we're doing there. I'm also getting rid of any of them that are just like too far away. That guy just disappeared. That guy's gonna disappear. Maybe. Maybe not. Look at him. Oop, disappeared. So yeah, the frame rate's better now too. It's better. We'll take a peek at how much better. Okay, stop that. So this is a more realistic scenario of how we would have the entities dispersed across the world. So yeah, 2 milliseconds. Yeah, so that's a lot better. Aggro radius processor. Oh, aggro. Wait, which one do we want here? Yeah, there we go. 2.1 millisecond median time. This also works in multiplayer. I haven't done replication yet. Really, only the player is replicated right now. Been making games and really appreciating all the info that you're dropping. Hell yeah. Happy to help. Happy to help. So yeah, this is that runs a lot better in a more realistic scenario. I should probably increase the view distance actually a little bit more. So I think this is doing stuff. I think this is doing stuff. So we can get rid of that. And honestly, yeah, we can move this. So this might get a little bit better actually. So we should do this. Grab me this information. So that was just kind of wasted effort there. So this might get even a little bit more efficient. Probably not by a whole lot, but by at least a little bit. Entity process cycle. Yeah, let's get rid of that data too. Yeah, oh, we should actually, yeah, delete all of that actually. So delete we don't need any of that anymore because we're not doing stateful updates. So yeah, this should get better. Goodbye. Rebuild that. Rebuild that. While it's rebuilding, I'm gonna grab a sparkling boy. Okay. Okay. Let's go back to our original test. This is worst case scenario, basically. And so what I've said here is like essentially I want every entity to get updated within 400 milliseconds. Wait, am I able to say that without knowing the max number of entities? Is that possible? Tyler, welcome. It is going well. We're doing some time slicing and we've gotten it working. So we're just doing some testing for each aggro radius processor. About 9.2. So yeah, I didn't really change it that much. Didn't really change it that much. 11 there. Yeah, so it's a little spiky actually. A little spiky. Yeah, so am I actually... Your ideal is Alterac Valley at 120? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I would be happy with that. Well, Alterac Valley is only 40v40, so that's only 80. I'm already there. I'm already there, baby. But I guess there's NPCs and stuff too, right? So we'd have to calculate that. So it's like 80. What's like the max number of things in an Alterac Valley? What would you say? What would you say the max number of things in Alterac Valley is? It's like 80 players plus how many NPCs? I would say at least another 80. At least another 80. And if you want to include like the little critters and stuff that run around. Let's go 200. I mean, if we're rocking 100 FPS, 200 entities in editor, I imagine we're at way past 120 in a standalone build. Let's turn on combat. Let's see how combat functions, because actually the targeting processor gets better in combat because it can skip, right? It can skip. So how would I need to turn on initiate attack on the, there you go, chaos, sheer chaos. Maybe 30 NPC max. Then yeah, we're well past AV at 120. God, look at the horde. This fucking war zone here. Dead bodies everywhere. Okay. Yeah, so what is this doing? Because I'm actually skeptical that this is able to update every double time between updates. What is this actually saying? Smoothed delta time. Num frames between. What is this actually saying? Am I capable of knowing that? Am I capable of knowing that? So if let's say my delta time is 0.16 for 60 FPS. Max time between frames I want 4.4 divided by 0.016, 25. But it doesn't know how many. It doesn't know 20, so 25 times 0.16 is, or 0.016 would be 0.4. But how do I know how many slices to do here? Process cycle. Modulo number frames between. So what is that saying? Well, let me actually try to understand what this is doing. So if process cycle is 0, what is the mod? I guess it's just divided by, right? Because it returns the remainder. So if 0 divided by 25, 0. So that's like, if entity ID, I guess it's the entity ID that kind of bakes in how many per frame to handle. Yeah. That's actually so fucking clever. I didn't write this at all. Why did my follow, my screen follower thing turn off? Lame. Anyways, this is so fucking clever, actually. I never would have been able to come up with this on my own. Because of the entity ID, it just kind of knows how many entities there are just based off of the number of entity ID. Like, that's actually really fucking clever. I don't know how to explain properly what it's doing, but I kind of conceptually, I get it based off of vibes in my head. Damn, that's so fucking slick, dude. Okay, this is the solution we're rolling with. It's complicated, but it's slick as fuck, okay? Now, it would be nice to make this reusable. So I maybe might just slap these variables on the base processor. throw this num frames between into a static function or something, or just a function. Just say int 32 get num frames between const. Yeah, let's put this on the base processor so I can reuse it. Now, are we put this on uentity processor or my? I think let's put this into the basemost system here. Yeah. Oh yeah. Get num frames between. So I will return here. There we go. Why are you member is inaccessible? Oh yeah, those need to be protected. Smooth delta time. Let's also do a function for that, because why not? This is going to return a float u entity processor get smoothed delta time, or get new. I'll call it get new smoothed delta time to distinguish it from, or maybe it should be calc new. I think calc new is just to distinguish it from the getter for the actual variable. And then I guess maybe in the super class we could just do this every frame. It's a trivial thing, and we can just opt into num frames between. We could put that into the super process entities. And do calc, yeah, that. I could put num frames between on the object itself. It's not super necessary, but I think it makes it a little cleaner. I wouldn't have to capture it. Let's do a num frames between on the thingo as well. Int 32 num frames between, just initialize it to 1. Yeah, that's fine. We're actually just going to do super process entities delta time, and then we'll throw that in there. So yeah, get rid of that. Beautiful. So now it's nice and reusable, as we can be. We still need to do, I guess we should do this. Pop this into a function as well. Let's call this, it's going to be a Boolean for uentity processor. And we're going to call this is in time slice. And we will need to pass in the entity, let's do f entity. Let's not make a dependency on entity if we don't have to. Let's just do entity ID. So that can be an int32 or int entity ID, idizzle as I like to say. That can be const. Paste it in there. Paste this in there. Entities.entity ID. Yeah, just do that. And this will be return true, return false here, return true else. Let's declare that. Create declaration. There we go. Let's go over there, make sure that looks good. We are good there. Is in time slice. So now this just changes to is in time slice. Entity.entity ID. Boom. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And is there anything else I need to do? I just need to make sure to increment process cycle at the end. Does it have to be at the end? Can I do it up front? Can I increment the what's the difference between doing it up front or after? Let's just see what happens. But if I can do it up front, then I can just put it into the super. Hey, hit. Okay, compiling. What are we building over here? We're working on implementing time slicing. Like frame budgeted time slicing for our ECS processors, for the ECS system in my RPG Colony Sim Roguelite game. With procedural, destructible terrain, and AI generated quests. And it's going great. I think we're at a really good place. I want to see what happens if we do the process cycle incrementation here. Because then I can just bake pretty much all of this, and then all I need to do is check is in time slice. Go gaming, go hams. Welcome in, hams. Thank you for the subs. Norbavar, thank you for the sub as well. And sorry for all those that I missed in the past. So we'll see if this is still doing a nice little slice and dice. And I guess then the next system that I want to work on, if I get this solidified, which I didn't think that this would go so well today. I've only spent 3 hours on time slicing, and I bet there's a solid hour of that. Solid hour of that was me just like ranting. Oh yeah, not this test, not the combat test. Yeah, a solid hour of that was probably me ranting at YouTube Shorts. Okay, 2000, worst case scenario. What is time slicing? Time slicing is where you have like some process that you want to run, and you want to make sure that either it has a certain amount of time that it is capable of running each frame, or I want to make sure it runs at least every blank number of frames based on time. So this actually seems to be running worse. So I think it's actually doing, is it doing everything per frame now? It might be doing everything per frame now. Yeah, this is much worse. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's basically running the full thing every time now. Basically. Yeah. So we do have to do that at the end, I think. Yeah, that's important. That is the only thing that I will have to remember to do should I want to time slice something in the future. If is in time slice. I guess I could just return this, right? Oh, flip the... There we go. And then, yeah, I can just call the super. I need to call super, the super function, super class function. And then we need to increment the process cycle at the end as well. And these are all, this is like super light work here. Once per frame. It's not a big deal to run that every frame. Dude, I'm happy with this. I am happy with this. Let's delete this entity data, though. We don't need that anymore. I'm actually quite happy that I don't actually need to add a piece of data. That was my first idea. It was like stateful... Who's what's it's? Updates. Stateful, like, time-based updates. But now we don't need state at all, really, other than, like, the individual processor's delta time. And some parami boys there. Let's make some of these process cycle num frames between. Yeah, those can all be protected. Is enabled. Max time between. Let's make these U properties. Yeah, because those are configurable ones there. Max time between updates. I don't want that to be, we can do a clamp, man. I don't actually think there's a clamp max. That should be there. Max time between updates, min is 0.01. Yeah, at that point, just run every frame. At that point, you're just running every frame. For sure. Frame rates, I don't know that a smoothing factor. I mean, 0. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That does not need to be a U param. Switch that around. Okay. And I think we're golden. Well, I need to remove it from here as well. Yeah, remove that, and then the init processor. Yeah. So this got so much cleaner. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm quite happy with this. Quite happy with this. Time slice the aggro radius processor. Beautiful. Absolutely fucking beautiful. Do you maybe know what the difference is between Unreal Engine and Anvil Engine? I've never heard of Anvil Engine, but they're different engines, I assume. I presume. But no, I don't really know. No. Okay. If isn't, oh, this is wrong. If isn't time slice, continue. Yeah, that was backwards. Oops, okay. That was backwards. Yeah, no wonder the plus there didn't work. It was actually doing all the ones that weren't in the current time slice. But actually, let me retest this. I do need to retest this now. I'll go have a great stream. Congrats with your task. Thank you. Till next time. Have fun, everyone. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, LaPaz. Pazdian, another game dev streamer on Twitch, who's working on a very vibesy game. Kind of a sandbox game from what I understand. So, if you guys are interested, you should go check him out. Not include file. Yeah, okay, so my changes don't compile, so I just committed a non-compiling piece of code. Oh, it's Ubisoft's built-in engine. I mean, I imagine they're quite different then. I'm sure they have more differences than similarities. Okay, we're gonna test this out actually, and then maybe I can actually see if we can just increment the process cycle at the beginning. Let's see if we can just do that. Lapazdian, I don't know if I actually followed you. Let me make sure I followed Lapazdian. I didn't follow. I did not. Baby Fist, welcome back. Hope dev is going well today. It is. It's going considerably well, actually. We just implemented time slicing, really. We have time sliced our snocerators. Our processors. Bro's too lazy to even type out a full sentence. Dude, you have ChatGPT brain, my friend. Your brain is rotten from ChatGPT. You can't even type out the full sentence, which is, use ChatGPT. Just use AI. The most brain dead thing you could have come in here and said. ChatGPT. He says with drool coming out of his mouth. Eyes glazed over. I know it hurts to think why someone wouldn't just use that. So 12 milliseconds, 13. Is it taking a bit longer now? It's actually kind of dystopian. The YouTube Shorts chatters are actually kind of dystopian when it comes to AI. For each aggro radius. Yeah, we are slightly higher now. But we want to test if we can do this up front as well, which I guess was not a proper test. Oh, that was the wrong one, but live coding succeeded. Okay, waiting for them all to spawn. We're going to trace for a little bit here. It is kind of hitchy, actually. It's kind of hitchy. I'm pro vibe coder. Yeah, good for you. Good for you. I'm a pro coder, which actually, you know, uses my brain. Yeah, that's very spiky. That's very spiky. 11, 12, 12, 11. I mean, it's not that much different, actually. So let me compare. Let me compare. I don't know, this one seems less spiky. I don't know. I will be ashamed to be called vibe coder. Yeah, I would be ashamed to be called that as well. Like, I'm proud of the knowledge that I have, you know, especially in today's day and age. I don't know, is that any different? That doesn't look any different, actually. Oh, because these are the exact fucking same. That's why they don't look any... Okay, let's close all of them. I pulled up the wrong ones. Close all of them. Okay, this is the old one. Put that one over there. Yeah, I guess they're both... Actually, this one seems a little less spiky. $12, $11. I mean, slightly more, ever so slightly more. Maybe like 1 millisecond more, actually, on average. I don't know. I mean, it seems fine. I mean, like, I don't know that any of these changes would have actually made a difference in the overall processing. I think probably just like, I don't know. I'm happy with it. I think I'm happy with it. So process cycle, I think we can increment every, you know, it does not matter. We can increment process cycle. Is in time slice, and the process cycle is not taken into account other than in the current frame. So we just like kind of skip the first slice, but we come back around to it anyway, so it's fine. So yeah, I think we can do this. Slight fixes to time slicing. Oh. Okay, so that's fucking golden. We're looking great there. Once a game is built, can you use a different engine for it? I don't know why you would want to do such a thing. I mean, the answer is no. You can't just pop over code from one engine to another and expect it to work. But you should not want to do that. That should not be something that you want to do. Okay. Nice. Now what? Now I guess the next system I want to work on, and I thought we were just going to be spending all day today doing time slicing. But I got some more in me. I got some more juice in me. I might take a quick break before we get back into it. But let me talk about what I want to do next. And what I want to do next is entity invokers, I think. Is that what I want to do next? Let me think here. So I can probably time slice the the state tree as well. That's another good contender for time slicing. Because, like, I don't need the state tree to run every single frame. Honestly, every other frame would be fine. Oh, it's 60 FPS, so we would time slice it by 0.016 maybe, or 0.032. That could be nice. Yeah, time slicing plus parallel processing is going to get us so much. It's going to get us so much. Pop the state tree processor over there and take a peek here. Don't need that anymore. Let me look at some of these. Yeah, I need to rewrite some of this anyway. Are you streaming somewhere else? I want to see the full screen. Yeah, I have horizontal streams on Twitch and YouTube, so whichever you prefer. Yeah, so I want to work more into the LOD processor, right? So I want to do basically proximity-based processing. So there's going to be some entities that I don't need to run every single frame, that I don't need to run at all if they're not near a player or another entity that's important, right? And so I want to turn those entities off. So I think what I would want is the LOD data, right? And maybe I should actually use some data tag. And what I mean by that is just a piece of empty entity data. That means that my entities won't get, they literally won't even get passed to the processors if they're not awake. It'll be like the F awake entity data or something like that. Or maybe call it something invoked, F invoked or something. I don't know. I don't know what to call it. But the LOD data, I guess, would have some settings on it for, you know, does this run, you know, is this an invoker or not? Is this an invoker or not? And then, you know, what invocation radius does it have? Like, should it run without an invoker? What invocation radius does it have? And honestly, I don't think I would really need a, I don't know if I would need a actual distance check. I think I would just grab it based on the chunks, right? But it's not like I would need that to be very granular. It could be pretty coarse. But I don't think I'd need to do a distance check. I would just calculate the terrain chunks within the radius. So I should probably just stick within a multiple of whatever the chunk size is. Oh, and I still need to rewrite some of my trace utils to use the new spatial data queries rather than the old chunk processor. And yeah, the LOD processor is going to get heavier, but that's something that can be time sliced as well, because that doesn't need to change every frame either, right? It can be a frame or two behind, totally fine. So we could time slice that as well, but we'll see how much time it takes up first. But yeah, let me take a quick break. Let's just let the simulation run while I'm taking a quick break. And then we'll be back for some more game dev. Yes, we will do it. We will do some more. BRB, guys. TV, hello. This is terrifying, yes. The slaves are arising. They all started running, didn't they? They all got hungry. Okay, let's get back to game dev. Let's get back to some game dev. So we just finished time slicing. We time sliced our target processor, or what is now called the aggro radius processor. And now I want to work on LOD based or like invoker based processing, right? Because I'm going to have some entities that I don't care to run every frame. Right, I just don't need to. There are going to be some entities in the world that just exist there to be attacked. Then they just kind of like wander around in the forest or whatever. So those ones, you know, I'm wasting effort on processing those every frame. I only need to process them when they are within the radius of an invoker, which I'll probably make all colonists and invoker-based entities. Bacon guy. I'm generating fully procedural terrain, much like yours, except mine is only height map based. I'm curious on your thoughts on using Unreal's PCG versus developing my own system for foliage generation. I use PCG for my foliage, and I think it's great for that. I would question, like, what would your system do that PCG wouldn't? And you have to keep in mind that PCG also offers a pretty robust tool set and a graph that's very, very nice to work with. And, you know, PCG wasn't perfect for what I needed it for, but I just wrote some of my own nodes, and that way I can still use the PCG graph, which is super nice. And the debugging tools that it has, the profiling that it has, it's really nice. It offers a lot. So I would say, what is your system? What would your system do that PCG doesn't? And so I had a previous concept of distance tiers, and I think I should probably just delete that because I don't think I need those anymore. You code your own ECS, I code my own ECS, your dog codes its own ECS. Tell me about your ECS. What approaches have you gone for? LOD processor, we do need the player information because we need to know if someone's looking at it, so that's still relevant. Okay, so what do I want to do for, let's delete all this. I don't think I need any of this anymore. Make it simple. Let's keep it simple. And so if I want to do some proximity-based invoking of generation, either I can create a piece of entity data that signifies whether it's online or offline. That's kind of I guess it's more efficient to do that, right? It's much more efficient to do that, but it's kind of annoying because then it's like I'm gonna have to add that piece of entity data for every entity processor to make sure it only processes things that are online or something, you know? So that's kind of annoying, but it doesn't hurt. Static code gen. Because I'm too lazy, I'm the worm in the ground. I have no idea how you can static code gen an ECS system. I also have no idea what the second part of that sentence means. Enlighten us, oh worm in the ground. What is it like? Let's take a look at LOD data. I think this is, the LOD data is probably where I would want to store this, although maybe I should have a separate, it's dirty. Ah, the enlightened one. Oh, dirty one. I can delete these now too. Don't need those. I'm too busy processing dirt. Sorry, bestie. It's like, it's deeper than the weed. Yeah, being in the weeds, but even more. Yeah, it's deeper than the weeds. You may be in the dirt, but I am in the fuck, what do they call it? The mantle of the earth. I am in the depths of the lava. Spooge. Yeah, that's what they call it, right? The lava spooge. That's what the scientists call the center of the earth. I do think that's right. I'm pretty for sure. Lava spooge. I'm definitely gonna have a mob in my game called the lava spooge. It's just like a little blob of lava. A blob of lava. This worm used Win32 and DX12, aka dirty soil, yum yum. You're a strange man, Mr. Worm. You're a strange man. Or worm. I mean, are worms gendered? Probably not. Stop, I'm laughing too audibly. Lava spooge. Yes. My dog just groaned at me. I don't know if you guys heard that. He's like, argh. Okay, yeah, so let's come up with where we're going to store which entities are our invokers. And I'm wondering, we should probably just have that as data, right? I think that makes sense as its own data. So LOD... LOD, I think maybe is different from invoker settings. I'm thinking that it's different. Invoker, so I think I want invoker entity data, which I guess all that is. Invoker entity data. I would want, I guess, just a float. It would need to be a U property. Edit defaults. Float. Render or simulate distance. Simulate distance. Or radius. We'll call it radius. And I think, like, if you're online, you have one of these pieces of data. Right. But if you're an invoker, this is set to something that's non-zero. Should I do that, or should I just have, like, an online one? Because otherwise I'm going to have to get this in. Yeah, let's just, we'll have to make another one. So this is going to be weird. It's going to be a tag. I call it invoked or like simulated. Simulating entity data tag. Call it a tag. Should I call it a tag? Entity. Let's call it entity tag. We'll come up. So this is the first piece of data I'm going to treat as a tag. So we're going to create a new pattern or a new style where we're going to suffix it with entity tag instead of entity data to signify that it has no actual data in it and it is just used for conveying some meaning. Okay. Simulating entity tag. Simulating entity tag. So let's fix my nose real quick. Hang on. Excuse me. Sorry. Let's register these data types. F simulating entity tag. Guys, what are you doing? Simulating entity tag, invoker entity data. Invoker, I barely know her. Okay. I'll be here all week. F, invoker entity data. We need to register that as well. Keep it alphabetized. Keep it alphabetized. Now, I guess I do want to add the invoker entity data here as well. F invoker F invoker entity data include. Wait, do I need to include or can I forward declare? I can forward declare. Forward declare. Invoker entity data. Okay, so we have those pieces of data. Simulating. So yeah, we will add the simulating. Probably let's do that as a part of the init entity processor. So I am going to say if init data archetype dot invoker entity data is valid. So if we have that data, we should subsystem q add entity data f simulating entity tag for that entity. Should I do it there or should I just do it in the... I think it actually just makes more sense to do that as a part of whatever the invoker processor is. Invoker. Barely know her. Let's write an invoker processor. Invoker processor. Entity processor. My entity processor. There we go. And that. Okay, so we have our invoker processor. Very good. Good. Let's override process entities. There we go. Okay. We may want to time slice this, so I'll leave the super there. B is processing. Set that to true. B is processing. Set it to true again. No. Subsystem for each. So for each, we want to do a scope name and a lambda. If I can fucking type. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to do a F invoker entity data. I need a const F location entity data as well. Ref, of course. Let's say this is our scope name. Put that in there. Oh my god, what is happening? Mister, you never bark. That was bad. Yeah, what is he doing? I need access to the CERN particle collider for some theories. Okay, thanks for letting us know. Approved? Approved? Okay. You've got my approval. You can move on now. You can let him know my drawing said that it's all good. This is going to be const D array F entity. There we go. Entities, invoker datas, location datas. Okay, for I, for Do I actually no, I need 4i. Dot num good. Let's say 32 bytes right there, bits of data. Okay, so is that all the information I need? Because I will need to do a nested loop here. And I think looping over actually invoker entity data. Would I actually need to change that? I don't think so. I think I just iterate over all entities that have a location. I do not have sliding in the game. I guess I just iterate over all entities with a location. Or I guess I might need whether or not they should be invoked or not, and at what distance they should be invoked. Do I need a... My man, why don't you use an LLM? Well, you see, I do use them a little bit. I don't use them for literally every single thing, though. And I know that it can be a little difficult to wrap your head around. And I understand that. But I like to use my brain for things. Sometimes. And, you know, I like to have an input on the things that I'm building. That's why I'm building them. It's kind of a crazy concept. I'm building them because I want to build them. You know, so if I want to build things, I am going to do it, and I don't want something else to do it for me. But yeah, which I think it's just over every entity with a location, and then I guess I need like whether or not, or like what distance it should be turned on by, but that's like within the underlying invoker. So I think actually we just do the one. Sliding would be fun to have. I agree. I do think I'll put it in there at some point, but it's pretty low on the priority list. But actually, we're just going to iterate over every entity with a location. Is that right? Is that right? Let's just roll with it. Let's just roll with it. And so I will need to do a nested loop here. So let's capture this. And let's say spatial, or for each in radius. And here we want location. Actually, do we want location? Yes. No, we just want the const f invoker entity data. So any entity with an invoker, scope name, process entities in radius. And why are you mad? Function has 4. Oh, right. I need to actually call it with the location data dot location. Ooh, and the radius. And the radius, I guess I kind of need to... I was hoping to do the outer iteration first. Because I thought that would be more performant. So then I would only need to check a small... I wouldn't need to recheck entities, right? I guess it would be nice to only iterate over things that don't have a certain tag on them or something. Would that help me here? I don't know. Actually, I don't know that that would help me here. Let's just write it very naively at first. So we'll do the outer loop, we iterate over the invokers. The inner loop, we will just iterate over anything with so there's really like the invokers and the invokees, right? And I guess I could have that be separate entity data tags. And then that would allow me to only iterate over a subset of these. Like I wouldn't want to iterate over all the ones that are already invokers. Yeah, so let's make an invokee processor. And let me think. This is simulating entity tag. Okay, so I guess that is like if this is, but then I would need to anything that is an invoker or an invokee. God, the processors are going to get so the processor templated, the variadic template parameters are going to get so long if I do that for everything. E-Man, welcome in, first time chatter. Is everything in between the less than equal to refers to, or less than greater than refers to generics? Yeah, like those are templated parameters. Yeah. So basically what this does is like for each entity with this piece of data, and then I give it a function that has to match that, right? Where the function where the first parameter is the set of entities, and the second parameter, or the following parameters after that are anything that's passed in here. So I can pass in like multiple things in here, and then I would need to add those to the function. So it's called variadic template parameters. And then here's what the function for that looks like. So it's kind of nasty to look at. Kind of nasty to look at. But yeah, because I need a radius here. I would indeed need a radius. So it's actually just better to iterate over the invoker entity data. So now that I've changed that, we'll need to add the invoker entity data there. The component array f invoker entity data invoker. I barely know. Okay. Okay. So location, and then the radius is invoker data dot simulate radius. That is the right order, right? Origin radius function. Yeah. Okay. So for every entity within the radius of it, and then this will just be f location entity data instead. And then this input is different. Let me go to the aggro radius processor and just copy that because I've forgotten what that is. I should type def that, right? I should probably type def that. Yeah. Is that what I want to call it? Archetype entity map. Call it F. Or maybe it should be T for each in radius. Payload. That's too long. It's almost just as long as the original one. What do I want to call that? Archetype indices is it technically what it represents. T for each radius payload. That doesn't describe what it is though. It's just easy to remember. Archetypes in radius. Archetype entity. Maybe just T entities. No, it needs to say something about archetypes in there. T archetype entities in radius. It does want to be F, doesn't it? Okay. And then go to our new invoker processor. Okay, and then I can hover over that and see what it is. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, so archetypes. Or should I call it entity archetypes in radius? Entity archetypes in radius? Archetype entities in radius? It's archetype to entity indices, is what it is. I'm just gonna leave it. Just leave it. I'm bike shedding. Okay, so for each one of these, archetype, grab the get component array for F location entity data. Let's see here, auto location datas, and then we'll go F const. There we go. We'll have to do that. So we can, I guess, God, we're so nested here. It's the thing I hate about these. These super templated thingies. And I don't know, I guess if like for each in radius, but the thing is, like, I would need to turn them off as well. I would need to remove their entity data as well. I would basically need to iterate over every single other one. Would I need to iterate over every single entity? And then like add the data, remove the data? And then that wouldn't even happen until the end of the frame. Okay, how would I want to do this? How would I want to do this? If I iterated over the invokers first, and then I did a spatial query for just those in its radius. It's almost like I need to queue up a remove. Iterate over every single entity first. And remove the simulating tag. And then iterate over for each in radius for invokers. And if there are any invokers, add it. That seems reliable. because it's kind of annoying though, because it would do extra processing there. I guess I could create a bool for like should remove. That might be better. Well, I actually think I do want to iterate over every entity that's not. I kind of do want to iterate over into every entity that's not an invoker first. But I do non-invoker first. And then we iterate over everything with invoker entity data with an array. But I don't know what the radii are. That's the problem. I wonder if I defined the distance at which each entity should turn on. On each entity, then I could do this. Either that, or I would need to find the highest simulation radius. I would need to iterate over each piece of each unique piece of invoker data, but I don't even have a way to do that right now. So I kind of feel like I should start from the invokers first. But then I don't have access to all. I would just need to do a nested for each, which is expensive. Okay, let's do the naive way first, which is just a for each, which I mean a for each with not doing an in radius is actually probably more efficient. It's probably just more efficient than having to worry about the radius, actually. But then that means we would need the location data, and we would need to do that distance check ourselves. So entities.num. This needs to be, we need to name that something different. We'll call this invoker entities. That's more meaningful, I think, here. Okay, and then I guess I just go here. I know you understand what I need. Yeah. You did. The AI did understand what I needed. I have no idea what you're doing. That's okay. I'm working on an ECS system. We're trying to do, for a video game, we're trying to do invoker data so that some entities turn off when they're not in radius, because I don't need to simulate everything, right? Okay, so we're gonna do, yeah, if the radius is less than or equal to 0, we'll just continue. Get the distance between the entity location data, the invoker location data, and that location. If it's less than or equal to the simulation radius, yeah, we will do that. And then otherwise, we remove it.
Hello.
Hello, who is that? Shawnee B, welcome. No, that makes us. Oh no.
Why are you running?
Bang.
Why are you running?
Bang up, Terry. Put it in reverse.
Massive raid. Let's fucking go.
Lord,
Shout out.
Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen,
How's it going, Shawnee?
we got him. What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. For those who don't know, Shawnee B is another Unreal Engine game dev streamer over on Twitch. And I haven't checked in with you and your game lately. How's it going? I know last year working on the dungeon generation, so he's going to do procedural dungeons for his... it's like a not turn-based Souls-like, but a like it's like super hot. So it's like when you move, they move kind of thing, and you have to like plot out your you like queue up your movements and your actions in kind of a time step way. That's a very interesting concept. It's a very unique concept. Good slow and steady progress in getting enemies spawned into the dungeon. Hell yeah. Even if it's all just that one cat enemy. Hey, dude, I don't even have a difference between player and enemy right now. They're just different colored Michelin men for me. So you got more than I do. I am working on, we're working on the ECS system as I have been for like the past 3 weeks. I made some really good fucking progress though. Like the performance benefits that I've gotten over the refactors in the past 3 weeks are insane. Do programmers have life? No. Next question. Welcome in, Harry Potter. Harry Potter! But yeah, I was working on time slicing this morning, and we fucking nailed that. We nailed that this morning. No, can you confirm? Okay, yeah, we got 2 no's. But I worked on time slicing some of my processors, so I had an aggro radius processor that needs to do a nested for loop, basically. For each entity that has, you know, things that it can aggro to, it needs to check all the other entities to see if any of them are close enough within its aggro range that it should go attack them, if it doesn't already have a target, right? So that's actually very expensive. I had to spatial partition my entities and write a spatial query system so that it only iterates over the nearby entities within the nearby chunks of entities. And then on top of that, I time sliced it. So it only does like I have like a time that I can give to it, and I say, hey, here's how often I need you to update each entity. And it does a really clever system of modulos based on the entity IDs to create slices without actually having to know the number of entities that exist. But essentially I've said, like, I don't really need the aggro radius to process every frame. I said every 400 milliseconds. So I'm thinking like half a second. You know, you can have half a second of wiggle room to get in and out of a entity's radius or something. But the way that we time sliced it is actually so it's consistent behavior across platforms, depending. It doesn't matter like what the hardware is or how fast it runs, which is really nice. And it was really clever. Can someone make an entire game by himself, like doing all the coding and character designing? I mean, it's possible. Yeah. How much time? You know, how much time do you have? How big is the game? But yeah, now we're working on proximity-based entity invocation is what I'm doing. So I'm going to have some entities that are invokers and some entities that just don't need to be running when nothing is around, right? I'll have some enemies in the game that just, they only exist there to be enemies and they just kind of wander around, right? When there's no other invoker entities or important entities around, they can turn off and I can skip them in every other processor, right? That's what I'm working on now. So we have this like simulating entity tag that we're going to add and remove. And we're going to see basically how fast this runs. I think this is what I want to do. Makes sense. Otherwise it's exponential load, I guess. Yeah. And like, you know, for the whole world, like there's not going to be that many entities within, you know, proximity to each other. And so the test that I'm doing where it's 2,000 entities all on top of each other, like this is the absolute worst case scenario, right? And it's like when entities are in combat, they don't need to check their aggro radius because they're already aggroed onto something. And then I have aggro tables as well. So I have an aggro table processor and an aggro radius processor. I think this works though, right? So we queue add and remove the entity data. And we're just doing a nested loop, right? And so right now there's only going to be one invoker, which I think will be the player. So let's go ahead and add, I'll just make it the player. My project character. That's my player. Target data. F invoker entity data. Invoker data. Yeah, I want it to be a little bit farther than that. But what radius do I want, right? What radius do I want? Let's go 10,000. Actually, I think 12,000, because that's like the distance that my representation processor turns off at. Well, let's go a little bit inside that at first, because I'll need to work this into the representation processor to like despawn things as well. To despawn the representations. So that's another thing I have to work in. And then I will of course need a F simulating entity tag. And I guess I can just do something like this, right? Just add the blank data in there. But I suppose we already had that. And I should probably check if I'm an invoker here. Because we're just iterating over everything that has the location entity data. Which is everything. It would be nice to be able to say iterate over things that aren't... I don't have an exclusion system yet. Maybe that's something I should work on, like being able to supply everything that doesn't have a certain set of entity data. That would be like a really full-fledged query system. Oh yeah, and I need to do an II here. Yeah, that's important. That's important. II, there we go. II captain. And so I guess I just need to make sure that if I'm an invoker, I don't need to check everything else around me. I don't need to check everything else at all, actually. But I'd have to do an ad hoc lookup. Which is unperformant. I'm wondering if I should just have everything have the invoker tags on it? No, because then that makes this loop much larger. Yeah, the most efficient way would be to have a more full-fledged query system where I can add exclusion datas. I think I can leave it as is for now. We're just going to do some extra processing. It'll just be a little bit of extra processing for the invoker to process itself, basically. But I think that works for now, but now I need to just like work this into every other... I guess let's just rebuild and we'll see how long it takes to run. Oh, and did I add to my entity data? I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay, it's mad. Big mad. Big mad. Ah, yes. I knew it. Wrong one. Wrong one. Okay, simulating entity tag. Yeah, we need one there, which is stupid annoying. Stupid, but gotta do what I gotta do here. At least I'll know if it has the tag, right? Invoker entity data. can see the simulation radius here. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Okay. What are you making? I am making an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite, procedural destructible terrain, and AI generated quests. Oh, I need the location data here as well. Messed up my snocerators. My processors. Okay, so we're compiling now. And yeah, I just want to see what the performance is like here. And this will only be with one invoker. Yeah, I really do think that... Because I'm going to have to recheck everything multiple times, actually. It would be nice to have a way to say, like, hey, if I've already added... Oh no, I'm passing in the wrong entity there. That's the wrong entity. Yeah, we need this entity. So that's wrong. And then we don't need that one. Okay, so yeah, I need a way to like skip. Right, like if I've gotten here, I should continue. Oh, I need to do this at the end. Yeah, I need to do this at the end. Outside of the loop to be more performant about it. Bool B should add equals true, and then break from the loop. And then we don't need to do this. Yeah, that's the better way to do that. And then we go if. There we go. Now we break early. That's much better. That's much better. Yeah, run live coding there. That is much better. Is that good though? B should add if it's already within the simulation radius of 1. Yeah, we skip the rest. We don't need to add them. Yeah, we already know. We already know. We already know. Yeah, let's go ahead and run it. And get a little tracey trace in here. So this isn't going to be the actual performance here because I only have one invoker at the moment, which is my player. So I will want to add invoker settings to all of the colonists, just the colonists. The yellows are not going to be invokers. That's the test. But I guess let's just see it baseline. Just give me the big picture. I don't really need to see the per frame breakdown for each invoker. What? Oh, I didn't add it. I'm dumb. Okay. I need to add it. I mean, might as well just do the full test. Let's go ahead and add invoker data. Simulation radius. Simulation radius for the colonists can be lower because I don't need to see them. Go 6,000. But that's basically everything anyways, so. Yeah, let's run it. Okay. Running fine. Just gonna let it soak for a second here. A few more seconds. Okay, pause it. Give me the big picture for each invoker. It runs in about 2 milliseconds. 1.8 milliseconds is what I'm seeing. Is it? I would have thought that would be slower. And then the process entities in radius runs so fast. Median is like zeros. I mean, it's definitely not zero. It's in the nanoseconds. I mean, is that really how long it takes to iterate over all the entities once? I mean, the for each trunk processor and LOD processor are much more performant. I guess there's just some overhead to this part of it, I suppose. I mean, that's still pretty fast, especially when we consider parallel processing. I mean, that's very fast. I just would have thought it would have ran faster. I kind of want to throw a little trace in here. What would I see, though? It's the wrong one. Not what I want to look at. And what is this big break here? Like, there's these two big breaks. Is that normal? Is it normal to have that? This one's pretty contiguous. I mean, I think there's just some overhead involved in doing the nested for each. Yeah, I mean, this looks fine. For each invoker, we need the invoker location data. Yeah, I mean, this is basically it. Simulate radius. Yeah, I want to throw, let's just throw in a trace CPU profiler event scope in here, and we'll just call it this loop. Yeah, the for each, what are you saying? The for each probably isn't being optimized by the compiler. Could you change it to us? I mean, this is a whole, yeah, this is optimized, I can assure you. Like, this is a part of a whole ECS system that I'm working on. Like, the for each only loops over entities with the particular data and a particular archetype. Like, it's an archetypal query system. But I do just want to see here. Let's run it. Let's run it some more. Game dev, welcome in. Okay, just give it a little bit here. Okay. Okay, for each what did I call it? Invoker. Oh, I don't want to see the, I want to see the breakdown actually. Yeah, most of it is the for each in radius. Most of it is the for each in radius. Wait, I called it for each in radius, but it's not doing a for each in radius. Yeah, most of it is just doing the gathering. Yeah. For the invokers. I think I may have to stream my journey in VR game dev for people. Yeah, go for it. There's a whole little community over on Twitch as well. Yeah, it's odd that I just can't do a spatial for each, you know what I mean? I'm just a solo independent VR game dev, not a... Yeah, same here. Well, not VR, but same here. What's the spatial for each? Well, I'm not doing one in here, but because I have to. The spatial for each is like there are some processors that I need to run a nested loop on. Like most processors, I just need to iterate over an entity, and I don't really care about the relationship between other entities. So that's just a single for loop over some entities, right? And then my optimized archetypal query system will focus on like cache locality. And run very efficiently there, because all the data is very tightly compacted. But for some processors, they need to iterate. They need to do a nested loop, right? But for the most part, that's spatial related things. Like my aggro radius processor needs to iterate over other. Each entity needs to know: is there another entity that I have aggro that I'm hostile towards that has come within my aggro radius, and then it needs to start attacking them. And so I don't want to have to iterate over every single entity in the world. I only care about the ones that are local to that entity. So the spatial query is that I have partitioned the world into grids, and then I assign entities and archetypes into that spatial data grid, so that I only need to do the nested iteration over the local ones, right? So it's kind of just like it's a spatial data structure, right? So that makes it more efficient. But for the invoker processor, I need to iterate over. I can't do the spatial for each. I can't. Yeah, they can't aggro things that are outside of their like local chunks. So yeah, we skip all those ones. And the world's very big, right? Like the test that I'm doing here is the worst case scenario, because the spatial data structure doesn't help me at all here. Like all 2,000 of these are essentially iterating all over all of the other ones. But if I were to spawn these over the whole, you know, this is just a test level, but if I were to spawn them over the whole world, then it helps. Then it helps a lot. Which, you know, the procedural terrain that I have is, you know, 15 kilometers right now, so it's very large. Yeah, I think this is pretty much all I can do here. Yeah, I think this is just all I can do. And I mean, it's running well enough. But now I need to, excuse me, God, my voice here. Now I need the F simulating entity tag to be added to basically every other single processor. Which is kind of annoying. Where are my processors at? So this tag, yeah, we do need to include it. So we're just going to need to add this on every single processor. I'm just going to go through, and we'll add this to the outer. For each one, God, we got to import it too. And then here's one of the spatial data thingies. And I'll need to add it in more places. I'm not using that one anymore. Chunk processor. Yeah, I guess if they're not simulating, then I don't want to iterate over them, right? Because they're not moving at that point. You're not moving at that point. LOD processor, yeah, they're not moving, so I don't need that. Move to processor, definitely no. I don't think so. Entity representation processor. This one does need to iterate over all of them. Because it still needs to check it. Well, it needs the data. It needs the data though, like whether or not I am simulating. So wait, shit. No, I don't pass that in. I do an ad hoc lookup for that, which is kind of annoying, but invoker processor, that runs over everything. Moving tag subsystem is not a processor. Velocity processor, yeah. Why are these all not refs? These should all be refs. Okay, so now let's add the datas here, which is annoying because I don't actually need them. I don't actually need them for anything. State tree. State tree. Oh, did I not add that? F, what did I call it? Simulating entity tag representation processor. We're running on everything there. Those are good. Those are good. Add this here. Add this here. Another one. Another one. Attachment processor we're not using anymore. All each in radius. That one's fine. We don't need to add it in the spatial one. That's kind of nice. Add that there. And add that there. Okay. So those are all there. Does this compile now? Processing audio spectra, we have the notion of real time. So if 20 milliseconds of audio takes under 20 milliseconds to process, we're sufficiently optimized. Is there a similar idea here? I mean, real time is a thing, but like the time it takes to complete a frame is your frame rate. So that's your frames per second, right? So it's just kind of like however fast you complete things is how fast your frame rate is. And for games, you want, you know, the highest frame rate possible. so that it runs on the lowest end hardware. Okay, so that compiled. And then I guess nothing's gonna change. So let's just make sure nothing changes. So this should still all be the same, basically. Everything probably should have the simulating tag. Okay, yeah, this all seems the same. My memory doesn't work like yours. I still use people's tutorials and smash all logic together to make it work. That's where my magic lies. Hey, that's how it starts, man. That's how it starts. Okay, so let's turn down invoker. Not that. That is not an invoker. Colonist. Turn down the invoker radius on the colonists to 0. So that'll effectively skip them. And then we'll see if they stop. Oh. You're a bit laggy with those 2000 NPCs. Yeah, it's intentional. It's intentional because I'm running everything intentionally on the game thread. It will get better once we parallel process. Okay, so yeah, so why aren't we... Did I not add the I think I added the radius here. I'm here to hear... yeah, I don't think anyone in here is a malware expert. We're doing game dev here, so... yeah, you should probably... there's probably a better place to search for an answer to that question. Let me see here. Where was my project character? I did 10,000. 10,000. Let me check out the, where am I at here? Where's my invoker processor? I will ask it in a tavern. Maybe just Google. Yeah, I think Google is probably a better place. What is 10,000 squared? Square dist is 0, so yeah, that should get added. Entity 615. Okay, wait, 615. 615 is getting hit for both. Oh, right. Okay, we need to fucking... yeah, I did this wrong. We need to put this outside that loop. Yeah. If... should add... if should add... return. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. This is why it wasn't running very performantly. To combine parallel and async to optimize CPU utilization. I will eventually. I'm kicking that can down the road so that I can get a better like one-to-one performance comparison per processor. The parallel processing is probably going to be the last step that I do. Just so I can compare performance a little better. Which do you prefer, event systems or signals? What's the difference? Okay, so they are all still run. Did I save that? Let's save. Yeah. So none of the colonists are invokers. So eventually, if I like back up enough, this should like turn some of them off. The yellow guys should stop moving at some point. And I think I see some of them. Oh yeah, you can see Oh, the invokers need another invoker. It is working. Look at that though. As soon as they get there, they turn off. What are their LODs set to? There's no LODs. The only LOD I have is if it spawns, if it switches to or from an instant static mesh or an actor. Like these are all instant static meshes right now. These are all nanite instant static meshes that are vertex animated. Okay, so that is so I imagine events and signals are just different tools, right? And they have different pros and cons. I don't think it's which one is better or do you prefer. I think you should probably just use the right one for whatever the task at hand is. Okay, so this does, let me walk back into range now actually and make sure they turn back on. Okay, why are some of them not turning back on? Why are they not turning back on? Why would you guys not be turning back on? Some of them turned back on, but not all of them. Should add, starts off as false. We shouldn't add. We will, this for each gets, this lambda gets called multiple times for each archetype. So should add could have been called, could have been set true already by the time we get here. If we haven't found one that we're within range of, iterate over all the invoker entities. Check if we are within range. D should add set to true. Add it. And simulate like that's going to be like an astronomically large number, right? Am I removing any? I am removing some here. Why? Why would I be removing some there? If this invoker data simulate radius is less than or equal to 0, we don't want to consider it. So just, we don't need to do any distance checking there. Just continue. They're being removed from the entities list by, well, they don't get removed from the entities list, but they would get, their archetype would change, but I'm not, the piece of data that is changing is not one that I'm selecting for here, so. And I am reaching a remove here, which should not be the case. At all. Let's, let me check here. Sorry about that. My dogs are freaking out. Okay, run live coding there. We can breakpoint on the else and then check what the distances are. Not sure on this project, but I love seeing programmers work in Unreal. What do you mean not sure on this project? What? What is that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean? Oh, you know what it is? Wait, does it have to do with their location not being updated? Well, no, their location wouldn't update. So the square distance is, God, what number is that? 764,000. And this is what? God damn. 100,000. So yeah, that distance is higher. Why is that distance higher? I should be the only invoker. All the other ones should have gotten filtered out by that guy. Why is that distance higher? Wait, do I update my location? Hang on. So when their archetype changes, they no longer update their distance. No, well, no, not exactly. Like, it's an archetypal query system. And so I store the entities based on which combination of data they have. And that allows for really fast raw iteration speed, because then I can just iterate directly over the components that exist within the archetype, the data that exists in the archetype, rather than having to, look it up. Even though it's a O of 1 time complexity to look it up, having to grab it is, I have to go to that location in memory. But when I do an archetypal approach, I can just, give it each archetype's data pools that are already there, and I'm not wasting any iterations. So they change archetypes when their data changes, and then I only iterate over the archetypes that are required by the query. That's how the archetypal query systems work in ECS. What was I looking into? I totally forgot what I was looking into. Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out where am I updating the actors, where am I updating my character's location? Am I doing that? I mean, they turned off. Maybe they were always turned off though. Although if I didn't update my actor's location, it would be, if my player's location, then it would be 000. I'm updating it somewhere. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, I updated on tick. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so that's definitely not the issue. Why is this location? Why are only some of them turned back on? I wonder if they just ended up wandering out there and they just kind of never turned back on. It's not like the location data. The location data isn't being updated, but they haven't moved, so I wouldn't expect it to be. It doesn't need to be updated. Yeah, I'm not sure I have a preference over events or signals. It seems like a very small difference to me. I would just use whichever one makes more sense to you. And so these would have stopped processing, but I don't need these to process. I don't need these to process. Yeah, I do have a visual logger that I can use, but it's quite laggy. We can take a peek at that just to show it. It's quite laggy. And then the thing is, I have to find out which one of these it is, So I have to know an entity number. So it's not. Oh, I guess I suppose I can know that by breakpointing here, right? So which entity number is this? 374. That's good enough. 374. Why is there an entity right there? What the fuck? I think it's the velocity delta time. The last update time will be very, very far in the past, and then I will use that to multiply. I would use that to multiply against the velocity, which would make them move very, very far. Okay, so this is where I need to handle large deltas, and it's something that's been on my list anyway. Good night, bro. Good night, Private. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, yeah, I think this is the velocity processor's fault. I wonder, should I test that real quick first? Maybe let's just test that real quick. So let's stop here and then just turn off the velocity processor. You machine 5 hours. Oh, that's not too bad. 5 hours isn't too bad. So yeah, they're not going to move at all. But I will see them like animating and stuff. Missed the stream, unfortunately, staying on for a while. A little bit longer, for the very least. Just kind of as I feel. Yeah, so they're all they're all just like rotating around because they can't actually move. Okay. Okay, I need to move farther away. Okay, yeah, I can kind of see. Yeah, so like right here, you can see them not animating. Wait, why is it laggier right now? Why did it get laggier the farther away I am? That's not right. The invoker processor is taking forever. Okay, I guess this is because it has to do the full loop now. Where is my invoker processor? Yeah, so this is doing like the full loop now because it can't find any. But I think I do need some sort of, I need to make a more robust query system that handles exclusions and then make that, work that in with my spatial data query. I think that's the solution for that. I think that's what we do here. Is that much more expensive though? That doesn't seem like it would be that much more expensive. Probably the logging is, hang on, let's turn off the logging. That probably didn't help at all. Yeah, okay, yeah, that was the that was the big issue. Yeah, the logging was an issue. Yeah. So now we're running higher now, but let's do a quick check now. Logging always takes up some time. Invoker is still taking 5 milliseconds. Yeah, so it's definitely non-negligible. Time slicing would help. I don't need to run this every frame by any means. Coming up with a more robust query system would help, but that's a pretty complicated solution. I would effectively need to define an actual query rather than just passing in things like this, right? Which maybe would be a bit better. It would be like a templated query or something, right? How would I do variadic query templates if I wanted a list of inclusions and a list of exclusions? I thought I would need to build like a query object or something. But then how would you do variadic templates with an object? Like I guess you'd have to pass in 2 objects that are variadic templated themselves, right? Yeah, so you'd only pass in 2 here, but then you define like I'll say archetype query. F archetype query. Well, it would be like that. Yeah, and so templated, this is like, the first one is inclusions, so F location, entity data would be like one, and then the other. And then this is your variadic template list. Right, so there's more there, and then you have another one that's like your exclusions, which could be empty if you don't want to exclude anything, but you're like anything that's not an invoker entity data, which would also be variadic templated as well. Couldn't you just hold a state graph? Yeah, but I mean, the state graph is essentially the archetypes. That is the state of the world. But how do you query against a state graph in a generic way? Right? Income variadic templates, where you say, hey, I want these types, I don't want those types. And have it call a function, passing in those specific types. Passing in the actual raw data for those types. That's why we do the variadic template programming. Otherwise, this would need to this inner function would need to look up that data, which would be more code for each processor, let alone a bit less efficient. I guess it's more so just about the amount of code written. Yeah, so time slicing would help, parallel processing would help, but I think the actual thing, like how would I actually write this? Because I would need to like everything, this for each would need to be a spatial. Well, see, the thing is, I need to know which has the farthest. Honestly, what I could do something like this. For each F entity invoker, I would have to find the largest one. Farthest invoker distance. I mean, I mean, I guess, yeah, we could set that, do the logic in there. Do the spatial for each here on the farthest invoker distance. Let me be clear. What I mean is couldn't you have subgraphs where entities of a particular archetype are held and can transition between the different parts of the graph? I mean, I do have archetypes. Like, I do store entities per archetype. I don't know what you mean by transition between different parts of the graph. That way you no longer need to query, something what entities are in what archetype. Yeah, I know what entities are in what archetype. That is what's happening. That is what's happening. Try doing parallel programming on the NPCs. Yeah, I've addressed that already. I'm not doing that yet. I will do that. That's the last thing I'm going to do so that I can get a proper one-to-one performance comparison. Processing things in parallel makes it harder to see which processors are running at, taking how long to run in comparison to my system before. So we're saving that for the end. But I could use this farthest invoker distance for the spatial for each in radius. Trying to understand what the query is for. I mean, the query is to ask for the archetypes that I need to iterate over. And the archetypes know what entities are inside them. And so I am only iterating over the bare minimum. But I would like to improve the query, which is just this for each, to also say, hey, I don't want any archetypes that contain a particular set, any of a particular set of entity data. So really the exclusion should probably just be like a 1. It probably shouldn't be variadic. You'd have to make a distinguish between and or. In which case you would just have to build like a full query system. You'd have to make SQL, but for entities. So even if I did have like the farthest invoker thing, like all of those entities would still be iterating over all of the other ones. But I guess like having the exclusion thing would say, well, it wouldn't iterate over the other ones. So the exclusion parameter would be good. Oh, thank you. I mean, I think this is fine for now, though. Let's make sure this turns them back on. Let's see if that fixes that issue. But I'm pretty sure it's the velocity processor. So are all these still animating? Yeah, they're animating now. So yeah, I think the velocity processor just like kind of fucking shot them off into the stratosphere. So I need to handle that is now bumped up in priority. I need to handle large deltas where they move past their target, basically. I might actually be in the move to processor where that's handled. Yeah, I guess they're kind of disconnected. Like the velocity processor doesn't understand what its target is. What are you cooking? Just cooking some updates to my ECS system. We're trying to work on invoker settings. So like a proximity-based entity simulation, invocation of a simulation, right? It's like I want to turn some entities off when they're not near enough to certain other entities that are marked as invokers. I should probably fix the velocity processing first. That way I have... This is just a really good reproducible example, right? So I could just clamp the delta time. That would be just like an easy peasy way. Clamp the delta time to like 1. That's a little naive though. It's a little naive. And so the side effect that would have is like if a frame ever took longer than 1 second, that the simulation would not work. The velocity simulation would not work properly. But I don't know. Is that big of a deal if we have like a frame hitch for one? I mean, the game shouldn't run with 1 second frames by any means. And if I don't know if you get the random 1 second frame. And it just doesn't move them as much. I mean, I think that's fine. I think clamping the delta time is the cleanest way to do this. Whatever is smaller between 1 and this number. That's the easiest way to fix that, I think. Bring out the duct tape. Actually, I don't think this is that. What are you fucking saying to me? You think? Oh yeah, I was sketching that out. Jock, welcome in. Welcome into the horizontal life. Six hours nonstop. Wish I had your dedication in life. It's easier to stick with it when you're streaming, actually. At least for me. Like, I don't know. I get so distracted by like my phone, you know, things going on in the house. I watch streams when I'm not streaming, so I get distracted a lot when I'm not actually streaming. When I'm streaming, I'm like laser focused, you know, unless I'm yapping to chat or ranting about YouTube shorts. It's on the agenda today. Well, originally what was on the agenda was just implementing time slicing, but we actually got that done in like 3 hours. So now we're working on proximity invoker settings. So turning certain entities on and off based on their proximity to invoker entities. And we noticed a weird little not weird, I mean it makes sense, but the velocity delta, you know, when I turn an entity off, it doesn't process its velocity, so the delta time becomes very large. And then when I go back in range, apparently they just like shoot off into the fucking stratosphere because we're taking velocity times delta time. So when delta time is a really large number, you know, they just fucking yeet themselves, essentially. Yeah, so most of them are paused. Let's make sure that those get unpaused. Yeah, those are all like unpaused now. Yeah. You know what'll be interesting? Here, let's do this. So I can, if I hold down, no, because they're not rendered if I do that. Yeah, we'll do this. There we go. So now I'm backing up and we're gonna see them turn off in real time here. You can see it's like right here. Look at that, that's so cool. That's so cool. Now I need to turn off their representations as well. We'll do it the other way. Now they're all turning back on. That's so cute. It's so fucking cute. It's like a wave. Okay, so I mean that's as good a test as I can do. But now I need to work that in with the representation processor to turn them off and stuff. You think that describes the object permanence in babies quite well. I mean, I think I get what you mean. Simulating tag data. Yeah, okay, this is, I think, committable. I think this is committable. Commit and push. Commit and push. I I didn't have a commit message. Yeah, maybe I should have that. Maybe I should have that. No commit message. Okay, we won't do it. This is going to be. Let's not. I don't want to commit. Let's not commit the velocity processor fix, just because I want to specifically commit that, but not the velocity entity data. We're gonna say implement. Entity, let's say proximity entity simulation invocation. That's a mouthful. The invocation station. Okay, fix large delta times causing paused and then unpaused entities to yeet themselves off the map. That's the commit message. Okay. Why is lagging when character comes near NPC player? Because they turn back on. Yeah, I turned them off and on. That is what I was testing there. Okay, so the next steps for this. This is a good stopping point. So I may what do I want to do? What more do I want to do with this? Do I want to work on that query system update? Do I want to work on that? It's kind of complicated. Although the exclusion one wouldn't be too bad. That would result in some performance improvements, and that's why I'm here. That is why I'm here. Let me think about, I may need to do some thinking about what I want to do next here. This was a great progress day, though. This is great. No, I wanted to do the representation processor. Yeah. Let me see if I can slip that in today. So essentially, we just need to do an ad hoc lookup for that. Has valid actor representation. LOD data. I could put that as a part of the LOD processor. Does that give me anything? So the representation processor, I'm not going to be able to parallel process. For the actor movement, I can't set location on an actor off the game thread. I got an idea. How about disabling rendering like animations and visual effects if you can't fully see the NPC? Yeah, that's already happening. That is called frustum culling. You see all of them? They're all gone. They're all gone because I am not looking at them. But they're still running. And if I do like halfway, maybe probably a little bit more than that. There you go. There you go. Now they all pop in and out. Thanks for a great stream. Subscribe. Love your style and approach. Well, thank you. Appreciate your sub. And thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by. I hate having to do the ad hoc data lookups, which is why maybe updating the query system can also help me with optional data. Optional data. So maybe it is time for just the query system update. So there's like 3 types of data: required data, excluded data, and optional data. And being able to specify each one of those God, the signature is going to get nasty, though. It's going to get so nasty. Because then I'm going to have to, like... required, then probably optional at the end or something. Yeah, because this whole thing is going to get nasty. So is the code for the for each, because goddamn that it is already a nasty looking chunk of code there. Nasty, tricksy hobbitses. Nasty hobbitses this code is here. You have to like remove the ref and const off of the types and stuff. It's a little nasty. It's a little nasty. But for those who maybe have just joined and don't know what the game looks like, I will show the game. Here is my procedural terrain. So I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. And I also want to run the whole world, so that's why I was working on the ECS system today. As I have been for the past 3 weeks, trying to do performance improvements. And it's gone well. It's gone very well. So here's me. Thank you. Thank you for that. Here is me. He is here. Here's the world map. Very large world. Each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. So if I zoom out, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess we're doing about 5, radius of 5 terrain chunks. And so we're only generating about this much of the world right now. And the world is quite large. And so if you build a colony here and you run all the way over here, I still want your colony to be running. Same with every other colony, NPC ran colony or other colony that you've created that is in the world. That is what I want to do. You know, very, very a la Dwarf Fortress, right? Dwarf Fortress, but third-person RPG, you know? Focusing heavily on intentional procedural generation. Zed! Oh, I was just about to hop on. But it's John Cena! Welcome in!
Why are you running?
Bang up, bang
Why
up.
are you running?
Bang up, Terry.
Thank you for the raid, Zed. How goes it?
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? Wanted to see how you've progressed. I have progressed quite a bit on the ECS system. So I actually worked on time slicing the processors today. Got that done in the first half of the stream. Second half of the stream, I was doing proximity-based entity invocations or invokers, right? So, you know, certain entities I don't really need to run all the time, every frame, right? Some entities I just want to run only when there's an important entity around. And so the important entities are going to be my invokers, and they will have an invoker radius, an invocation radius, where they turn on and turn off other entities. Good, slogging through a bunch of Go web dev hell today. Man, I thought you were getting back into game dev. What happened? You were working on it the other day. Do you go back and forth every other day? But yeah, I was just, we're looking at the world here. There's procedural terrain. This is like the world map, so each of these is like a zone and stuff like that. And thank you for the follow and welcome in, guys. But yeah, I was just kind of talking about this a little bit. We'll look at the ECS system here. So the performance still on a game thread basis is not great. But I'm intentionally running everything on the game thread rather than parallel processing because I want a better like one-to-one performance comparison from where I was before. But this is 2,000 entities, and I've time sliced my aggro radius processor, and then I've done like invocation settings. So right now, my player is the only invoker. So if I like back up here, probably need to start somewhere like right here. So my character is going to be backing up. Oh god, it's going to do a good spectator. So you'll start to see them turning off. So they'll all turn off as I get out of radius. Right, so now they're all not moving. Then if I go the other way, you can see them all start to turn back on. So it creates like this really cool wave, this really cool wave effect. Turns them all back on. Eventually I'll have all the colonists be invokers as well, but this was just for a little test there. Just for a little test. And then I have this aggro radius processor where I'm essentially saying like, hey, for each entity, am I hostile towards some other faction? If I am, do a spatial data query, because I partition the world into 3D grid, right? And assign entities into each grid. So I do a spatial query where I only query the local ones around this potential hostile entity. And I say, hey, are any of the ones near me within the radius for me to go and attack them? And also, do I already have a target? If not, skip, you know. or if I do have a target skip. And that nested kind of looping is very expensive. Even if it's spatially partitioned nested loops, it's still efficient or inefficient. And so I do a really clever bit of moduloing for time slicing the processor. And so you can kind of, I've picked like a time, like I don't need to check the radius every frame, right? I can say like I need every entity to be checked about every 400 milliseconds is the max. And so I have that setting. That I can say now, max time between updates, and then it'll slice up the processor to meet that. And it does that without even knowing how many entities there are, because it just does it based on the entity ID with these clever little modulos. Thanks, AI. AI actually helped me out with that one. Invoker, I barely know her. Hey, I already made that joke, Odd. You're late. You're late. Welcome in, Odd. Is this like Valheim? It'll have some Valheim elements to it for sure. I definitely want to steal their tree chopping mechanics. I like their tree dominoes. I do like their tree dominoes. But the game I'm working on is an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain, AI-generated quests, and an ECS system that will hopefully run the entire world for me. Ah, you work with AI generated drive-through. Ah, so you're the guy who gets my order wrong. Okay, Barbara, I'm gonna ban you because you're self-promoting endlessly. You did it 5 times, so that's not the way to do that. So sorry, but don't come in here and spam self-promoting yourself. You know, once is fine, twice was fine, 5 times not okay. I'm sorry, but that's not the way to get people to play your game. Which AI are you using? I worked at OpenAI and helped build ChatGPT 1 to 3.5. Not sure if I'm proud of that or not. Interesting, very interesting. I chose Gemini. I'm a bit of a shill because I work there, but I think it meets my use case pretty well. And maybe let me respawn here. Let me get a different seed. Let's do a different seed, and I'll show off the AI generated quests here real quick before I go. But I wanted, what I needed was fast, cheap, and a large context window. So all of that, you know, Gemini is the cheapest. It has like the best quality to price ratio. And honestly, with 2.5 Pro, I don't think you can really tell a difference between the quality that much between any other ones. Like, I think if you were blind, you wouldn't be able to tell between all the paid ones. And so like, it's super cheap to call through the API. It's free to call through the AI Studio interface. And then it's got the million context window, so that is exactly what I need. Can you, yeah, I need to fix that bug. So yeah, we'll inspect here and generate a quest. So right now, what I did is I dumped my entire item database into a Gemini prompt, along with every other character that spawned into the world and all of this like background data and information. So this is all like AI generated background information too. So this is Leander Copper, 26-year-old male human paladin. Whose traits are dependent and none. So I need to fix that. But wait, what are we doing? Are we spawning? Oh god, we're spawning a bunch of these guys, aren't we? I think those guys are trying to attack me. Oh god, what is happening? Wait, did the I think the AI generated, I think the AI spawned some guys. Okay, well, Leander always relied on others. This dependence on those around him, while not intended, fostered a sense of expectation and entitlement. By his flaws, he's not a bad person, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so let's okay, he's gonna join my colony too. So let's talk to him and see that quest. Yeah, so the AI actually spawned these 5 bandits. It spawned these bandits for me. And so what I said, hey, I dumped my entire database into it. And like, yeah, I'm going to eventually pass in all the world lore, all of the zone information, all of the past quests that have happened in the game. I'm dumping everything into that million context window. And so what I say is like, hey, here's a JSON schema, fill this out with a fantasy RPG video game quest. And then I kind of give it some encodings that it can do. And I say there's like these different quest objectives, and I treat it like an enum, right? So I deserialize it into an enum. And some of the quest objectives are like explore, interact, defeat, talk to. I think build is one, escort is another one. I've never seen it pick either of those. But if it picks defeat, I say, hey, you can also put in, you can fill out these things to spawn array. Just pick classes from my database. And it does that pretty reliably. And so it just picked 5 bandits, and it does a terrible job of picking where to spawn them, but it did spawn 5 bandits there. It just so happens the classes in my database are old from when I was using actors, so it should be spawning entity archetypes rather than classes, but more work to do there. But then this here on the left is like the quest log that gets generated from the perspective, worded from the perspective of the player, and then we get some dialogue options as well. So he says, Edgar Skyreach, which is my player's name. A wagon carrying vital supplies for Oakhaven has gone missing, and I need someone to track it down. What is Oakhaven like? It's a small village, mostly farmers. They have had a tough year, and this delivery is crucial for their survival. What kind of trouble should I expect? Goblins, bandits, wild beasts. It's a dangerous road. Be wary of the Whispering Woods and the Circle of Silent Dawn. So I can accept, and then yeah, those are the entities that it spawned. That was loud. Yeah, oh, there we go. He died. So yeah, that's the AI generated quests there. I'm being sold. Claude and ChatGPT get wrecked. I'm a Gemini GigaChat now. Yeah, I mean, it's the best one you can get for free, for sure. Like, especially if you're just using like the chat window. Like, go to aistudio.google.com, not Gemini.google.com. The chat Gemini is like the chat interface one, and it's worse than the AI Studio one. So you go to AI Studio and use that one. It's free through the UI. It's free through the UI. And then if you hit it through the API, you can generate an API key through here as well, which is what I did. And then if you hit it through the API, there is a cost, but it's like, I remember I would spend all day and all stream working on the quest generator, and I would pay like 4 cents. It was like super fucking cheap. It was like 10 cents or something like that for like a day's worth of development. It's all matrix multiplication. That's all it is, all the way down. But yeah, so someone asked if it's gonna be like Valheim, and I said I wanted tree dominoes. So here's my tree chopping. It is runtime deformations are happening to the mesh. So the mesh is actually being edited at runtime, which is considerable. That is something to consider. So I got some wood for that, and I can continue chopping. There you go, and I can chop through. Ignore the materials that are bad. But eventually, like when those fall, it'll deal damage and stuff, right? It'll deal damage. Potentially to other trees or to players and stuff. If you use 2.5 Pro, how do I handle the response latency? I mean, you either use 2.5 Flash, if that's important, or you pre-generate it. I'll just be pre-generating. So generate it just in advance. Dude, this is such a good cave entrance. So this is a good example. So I am in this cyan zone. My cursor's a little bit off here. But I put mountains around the edges of each zone. and that creates kind of like this set of borders, right? And then those white dots are the zone entrance chunks. So there's an entrance here. There's an entrance into this zone, but there's no entrance into this zone. There's not one on this side. Right? Sometimes you can find just a randomly generated cave that you can just walk up into. And it's like, say, we're in this really nice meadowsy zone, but let's walk through this cave, and then you pop out the other side. And it's like this big forest, like a big cave over there. And I think it creates a really cool moment. I think it creates a really cool, like, exploration moment. So yeah, that's a little bit about the game. So yeah, we haven't generated some chunks here. Okay, I think that's it for me for today. So I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me. It was a good stream, very productive stream, so I'm very happy with what we got done today. Let me see who is streaming right now. Do we have any Unreal Engine developers here? Do we have any Unreal Engine developers? We can probably do, no, literally no one. Well, let me see here. Let me see.
If there is one, come on.
I kind of want to raid Cavino, because we do have some people over on YouTube that we can send over to Cavino. Let's do that. We'll prioritize people who have the YouTube stream. So Cavino, he's just goo balling around. Oh my goodness. The goo wizard has gooeth. Okay, let me set up my redirects and stuff here. We're gonna redirect over to just Cavino on YouTube. Redirect to Cavino. Okay. So yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. I appreciate all the subs and the follows and the raids. Shawnee B and Zed, appreciate you. Appreciate you. Yeah, I kind of got raided towards the end of the stream, so we're gonna send that over to Cavino and keep it going. And hopefully I will be back on tomorrow for some more game dev. So yeah, take care everyone. Have a great weekend. Bye. Bye.